Salutations, listeners, and welcome back to Glitch Bottle, the podcast where we uncork the uncommon in magic, mysticism, and the generally misunderstood. I'm Alexander F., and today we are so excited to talk about Solomonic Exceptionalism and early modern drama with scholar and award-winning playwright Dr. Rebekah King. And you might be asking, listeners, what grimoiric material, what magical material was available when early modern dramatists like William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, Ben Jonson, and so many others were portraying magicians, portraying evocatory procedures and magical implements on stage? What is the connection between Solomonic magic and, say, monarchs like Queen Elizabeth I or James I? What is the Solomonic Moment about 400 years ago that cemented Solomonic Exceptionalism as an approach distinct from other forms of magic? Well, Dr. Rebekah King is literally the best person to ask. She's a scholar and award-winning playwright who received her PhD from Cambridge University, and Dr. King's doctoral thesis, entitled Solomon on Stage, Representations of Magic and the Occult in Early Modern English Drama, it truly is a tour de force that places Solomonic Exceptionalism as an independent and unique portrayal of magic, apart from fairy magic, prophecy, witchcraft. And Dr. King is doing scholarship that has not been addressed in this level of depth before and for the first time. And so in addition also to her scholarship and her generously taking some time to share with us on the podcast, Dr. King also, I must say, listeners, has a wickedly fantastic and very witty Substack page where she writes about the history of horror and theater and magic, special effects, and so much more. And also, I want to say a huge thanks to each and every Glitch Bottle supporter on Patreon for your wonderful questions that you've submitted for Dr. King as well. And now, listeners, take your seats or keep standing if you're among the groundlings near the stage. Open your quartos. The curtain is rising, and this introduction is completely unnecessary. But to help us uncork the uncommon, Dr. Rebekah King, thank you so much for just taking some time and stopping on the podcast today.
Hello, no, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, my goodness. The honor is certainly mine. Your thesis, which we will get into, blew my mind. I was telling Joseph H. Peterson and many others about it. You are doing things that you are connecting dots I've never seen connected before. And you really challenge, I know myself and I know the listeners, to think about magic and Solomonic magic and the portrayal on stage, especially with luminaries like Shakespeare and others, totally differently. But before we get to all that, Dr. King, can you share with us, take us a few years back, can you share with us about your first interests in the theater and magic on stage? I mean, when did you first become captivated by all of this?
Oh, that's a good question. So, yeah, I think I've always loved forms of storytelling that are to do with the sound of words, right? Where the sound of words is really important, the melodies of language. So whether that's listening to tape cassettes of stories as a kid, or whether it's going to the theatre and listening to somebody bring a story to life in front of you, that the sound of words has always been one of my sort of favourite aspects of storytelling history. And it really brings you back then to the figure at the fireside in the cave. You know, before we had written language, we were speaking stories to each other. And I like theatre also because it kind of marries the poetry of language with pragmatism and practicality. You've got to figure out how to actually make things happen on the stage in a way that you don't in a novel. So it's all very well having a book where, a novel where all sorts of magical, wonderful things happen. But on stage, you've got to think about how you're going to tell that story. And I love that. I love the sort of the challenge and the puzzle of working in that way. And I write a lot for theatre too. And I've always studied theatre. And yeah, magic, therefore, I think pushes all those things I love about theatre to the limit. Magic has a lot to do with speech and incantation and the power of the voice. The idea of conjuring something with your voice is basically what a storyteller is doing. And also in terms of special effects, it's a perfect overlap because it's in magical scenes and magical stories that you get to really experiment with things that are possible on the stage and come up with some inventive ways of making those things happen. Whereas a novelist can just write and then the wizard turned into a crow. You can't do that on stage. You've got to do all sorts of interesting workarounds. So I think that's where it comes from. It originates in my love of theatre and all the things that make theatre special. I also come from a family where my parents were evangelical Christians of a kind slightly unusual in the UK, I think more common in the States. And they had a very literal belief in demons and magic and the occult and the dangers of all those things. And so I've always been interested in this period of history because the kind of discussions Protestants are having post-Reformation about magic feel very pertinent to my childhood, and these discussions that were being had in the household about what things were bringing demons into the house and things like that. So I'm more agnostic now, but I'm fascinated by the history of belief, and I always want to try to take seriously all the different ways in which people have thought about magic. So I think that's where it all comes from.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. So such a personal story, and coming from your childhood, and then also the medium itself, which we will absolutely get into, because the parallels that you draw between the performative aspect on theater and the performative aspects in a grimoire and ritualistic evocatory procedures is uncanny. And so I'm very much looking forward to discussing about that. And thank you for sharing that, Dr. King. That's awesome hearing about your background. Mm-hmm. And also, too, something I really enjoyed and I've been sharing with people is your 228-page doctoral thesis, as we said, Solomon on Stage, Representations of Magic and the Occult in Early Modern English Drama. We were talking before the podcast, like it's so accessible, it's beautifully written, it immediately can elucidate points about magic and really illuminate the cross-pollination that you draw. It's nuanced, and you explore this concept in your doctoral thesis called Solomonic Exceptionalism. Can you share for the listeners, Dr. King, who are hearing it for the first time, what is Solomonic Exceptionalism, and how is Solomonic Exceptionalism distinct from other things like witchcraft or fairy magic or prophecy?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, this is kind of my term, Solomonic Exceptionalism. I invented it to describe something that I was noticing that had been laid out and sort of gestured towards by work that medievalists have done. And I was noticing that the medievalists were talking a lot about how the themes of Solomonic magic that they noticed popping up a lot in medieval texts should be picked up. They were saying some early modernists should look at this. You know, there were essays being published about a year or 2 years before I began my PhD saying, hey, an early modernist should look at this. And so I did. So that was the link in the chain. If you think of a PhD as a kind of the next link in a chain of knowledge, it was very much building on the work of medievalists. So this is my term that I sort of created to add to or to shape an understanding of something that was already beginning to be talked about or gestured to by medievalists who were looking at it in their period. So when we're talking about the early modern period, which is kind of roughly, I guess, the sort of 1500s, 1600s, the long early modern period would be about 1500 to 1700, depending on who you ask. There's a really clear distinction between witchcraft and what people who think of themselves as, I guess, magical knowledge seekers. There's a really clear distinction in their minds between them and what makes somebody a witch. So to start off with the witch, I think in many ways what defines a witch in the early modern period is a person who has given something in return for illicit power. So it's people who tend to be, we associate it with marginalized people who are, for whatever reason, disempowered by their society. So it's going to be women. Obviously, there's a huge tradition of misogyny within the depiction of witchcraft, the association between the female body and sinfulness and the weakness of the female mind and its susceptibility to demonic persuasion. There's all that going on, but also fundamentally women are more marginalized, especially older women, disabled women. There are lots of women who are tried as witches who have one leg or who have some kind of illness. Who are without a family, who are widowed or had never married. But there's also lots of other people who are socially marginalized for other reasons. They might be just poor, they're poorly educated. They might be disabled men. They might be men who are considered sort of what we would call mentally ill. So there's all that going on, and there's this idea with witchcraft that for the church, certainly, witchcraft is something that you do in exchange for your soul. You get this power in exchange for something. And therefore, even if you have a familiar spirit, even if you've got some kind of servant spirit that's looking after you and doing your bidding, ultimately you are serving Satan if you're a witch. And there are all sorts of depictions of witches in the wood, you know, kissing Satan on the bum and things like that to show their to show the fact that they're subservient to him. So there's always this sense, I think, with witchcraft at its core, that you are doing something a little bit stupid. You are giving up something very precious in return for power, because you lack power and you lack the intelligence or understanding to realize that that's a terrible idea. Whereas if you are a magician, or if you're somebody who is very well educated, who's maybe been to university, there's lots of doctors in these plays. There's if you're the kind of person who is who's male, who is upper class, better, you know, well heeled, you are going to do everything you can to make it such that your experimentations with the occult, the unseen, your pursuit of knowledge beyond what is known and power beyond what is known, you're going to do everything you can to make sure that that's distinguished from what witches are seen as doing. And so you're going to look for a model that fits within the Christian understanding of the universe that kind of legitimizes those pursuits. And we have to remember as well that this is a time before the concept of the scientist had fully materialized in the way that it did post-Enlightenment. So we're sort of dealing with scientists, what we would probably call scientists, people who are seeking knowledge beyond what is known through experimentation, through all sorts of things. But it's still very, very much intertwined with magic and with Christian beliefs. This is a time when alchemy and chemistry are kind of overlapping, astronomy and astrology very much overlapping. Magnetism is described as an occult force because it's a hidden, unseen, poorly understood phenomenon. And it, you know, for all we know, it could be supernatural, or it could be something that we just don't understand. There's a very blurry line between the study of the natural world and the study of the supernatural world in this time. So if you're a man who is that kind of person who wants to be seen as a knowledge seeker, you need a really good model to legitimize your experiments, and Solomon is the perfect model for all of this. So Solomon in the Bible isn't ever described as a magician. He's certainly not depicted as doing anything that we would call magic, but he is the wisest of all kings. He's supposed to have all sorts of knowledge beyond the ordinary realm, and he's supposed to have written down some of his knowledge in books. And this is the perfect kind of opening for a magical tradition, which grows up in Jewish apocryphal literature that attributes all sorts of other powers and talents to Solomon, because he is the wisest king of all, because he has this special knowledge. He can also do things like command demons to do what he wants. And in some traditions, he gets the demons to build the temple for him, the big temple that is so central to the Old Testament Jewish Christian world. And he is also said to be an exorcist and a healer and all these other kinds of things. So basically, if you are like Solomon, you are an exception to general prohibitions against messing with the supernatural, because you, like Solomon, have the wisdom, the power and the authority to engage with these dangerous forces without becoming subservient to them. You are in control. It's all about hierarchy. If fundamentally a witch is underneath or is in the thrall of the magic that she is using, the magician, the Solomonic magician, is in control. And therefore there's this proposition of Solomonic Exceptionalism, this concept that the magician is doing something that's safer because of who he is. So that's the fundamental distinction between magicians and witches in this period. And I noticed magicians and magical characters making this distinction. And Solomonic Exceptionalism is a term that I came up with to describe what they were basically getting at. I am like Solomon, and therefore I'm an exception. Does that make sense?
Oh my goodness, yes. And I certainly love this, because you are truly delving your scholarly spade deep into the just rich tradition that hasn't been plumbed before. And, you and I were chatting before the podcast about the Routledge history of medieval magic. At the end of every chapter, the scholars there say, this would be a good area to check out, and this would be a good area to check out. And you clearly picked up the torch in this new and verdant direction and just ran with it. And it's so well researched. It's lovely. And Dr. King, yes, that makes total sense. And I'm just taking some notes here because I love your point about hierarchy, which we can definitely get to. But as you just touched on, so Solomon was seen as this, especially as you say in the Old Testament, in 1 Kings chapters 3 through 10, he's seen as this, incredibly just person, incredibly judicious, able to be, have this equanimity about him. But can you tell us as well, in the early modern period, when you think about, as you say, the 1500s, the 1600s, you trace out the circumference of it, not necessarily a dichotomy in your thesis, but you kind of talk about, and I'd love for you to unpack this. Why was Solomon, on the one hand, such an alluring figure for playwrights to draw from? But then on the other hand, why was Solomon also simultaneously, especially when you're comparing monarchs to Solomon, a risky figure for playwrights? Can you just kind of share about this, not dichotomy, but these two tension points?
Absolutely, yes. So if you just stick with, obviously for Christians in the period, the Bible is the authoritative source. So everything else is second to the Bible. What the Bible says comes first. And in the Bible, Solomon is a king who is given, basically God says to him, tell me what you want. I'll give you any gift you want. And Solomon asks for wisdom. And God is so impressed by that answer that he gives him kind of everything else he could have asked for anyway. He gives him, he has 700 wives and 300 concubines. He has wealth untold. He has an incredible reputation around the world. The Queen of Sheba comes to test him with riddles and is impressed by him and goes away again. And his fame spreads all around the world. And so he's appealing because he is supposed to have been the wisest man who ever lived. If you want to be a good judge, which kings often did want to be good judges, and we'll come back to that later with James. If you want to be, a judicious monarch, if you want to be somebody who is powerful and impressive and rich and has loads of women, then you want to be like Solomon. He is first and foremost associated with just being kind of the coolest king, the wisest, the best, the superlatives. However, because Solomon has all of these foreign wives who come from all these different places around the Middle East and Africa and the known world at the time, he becomes permissive of religions from their home countries. He lets some of his wives put up shrines to their local gods. And that is just the biggest no-no in Christianity. You're not supposed to do that. Very monotheistic religion, very jealous God, as he describes himself. And so because of that, God says, well, for your father David's sake, I won't take away everything that I've given to you, but I will take it away from your son. So his son Rehoboam loses everything that his father had amassed. So in the Bible, that's kind of where Solomon's story ends. We don't hear too literally or too explicitly anything more of Solomon. However, there is a kind of metatextual redemption arc for Solomon if you believe, as many Protestants did at the time, that the books of Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and Song of Songs, sometimes Song of Solomon, are written by Solomon himself. Because if you believe that those three books of wisdom and poetry are written by Solomon, you can believe that they were written by Solomon after his downfall and in a kind of repentant old age. So, and lots of Bibles at the time print those books with the subtitle, by Solomon. So it's very much a received wisdom that Solomon wrote those books, and that might be what Kings is referring to when it talks about Solomon having written down some of his wisdom. Obviously, for the magical tradition, that little space in the story is filled in with grimoires, and grimoires are said to be this kind of these mysterious books of Solomonic knowledge. But for mainstream Christians at the time, it's those biblical books, and therefore Solomon has a downfall, but then he also has this redemption arc where he becomes a wise old man who is able to collect wisdom again and share wisdom. So if you're a monarch and you're comparing yourself to Solomon, you have to be really careful which bit of the Solomon story you pick. And you have to, if you're doing propaganda in any way for the royal family, you need to be really careful not to allude to the less flattering parts of the story. So the redemption part of the story is also really useful for royal propaganda, because it means that Solomon is more securely a good figure, a positive figure to associate yourself with. And same for magicians as well. You know, they are not going to be alluding too much to the downfall part of the story. But on the other hand, if you're skeptical about all of that, if you dislike a king who's comparing themselves to Solomon, if you don't agree with a magician who thinks that he's an exception to prohibitions against the dangers of magic, you know, that becomes really useful for you. You can tap into that downfall part of the story. So he's a very important figure. He's a really interesting figure. He's more textured perhaps than some of the flatter propagandist versions of him would like to admit.
That's lovely. And you trace out so well to that very point, Dr. King, about the multifaceted view, this kind of Solomonic jewel. And depending on what facet you pick, it provides interesting takes, interesting directions that playwrights can take. And you share that more of these magical attributes, these kind of meta-textual either redemption arcs or more of the kind of grimoiric magic emphases, they start to slowly grow and meander on stage when it comes to Solomon. And in fact, you mentioned, quote, to understand new offshoots of the Solomonic myth, it is useful to imagine a knotty underground rhizome of sources. I love that, by the way. Some closer to the surface and almost discernible, some buried deep and lost from memory. And unquote. And to trace this out, you share about a fascinating play. I had no idea this even existed. A 1565 play, Sapientia Solomonis. And you say that this play is one of these offshoots of the Solomonic myth. So can you share about what is this play all about, and how is this play an indication of an acceptance of these non-biblical, more magically inclined associations?
Yeah, absolutely. So Sapientia Solomonis, or however the Latin is supposed to be pronounced, I actually don't know. You probably know your Latin better than me. But it's a play that is written to be propaganda. It's written for the Elizabethan court. So this is Elizabeth I. And she's got a visitor, Princess Cecilia of Denmark, who's come over and they put on a play, as often would be the case. I think this is important to mention. It's just before we get to the big boom in commercial playhouses that really typifies the sort of Shakespearean era of playwriting. We are on the brink of having our golden age of theatre. We haven't quite yet got that culture of these massive playhouses. If you think of the Globe in London, playhouses like that hadn't quite been... They weren't really being built like that until the 1570s, 1580s. And onwards. So we're just before we get to that big boom, that commercial boom. This is something that's being written for performance at court. It's a more elite, cut-off audience. It's got a very specific purpose. And it's very, very clear, because it's got a really, really on-the-nose framing device, that this is supposed to be about Elizabeth. This is about how Elizabeth, the greatest monarch ever, just like Solomon was. And interestingly, also, there's a parallel drawn between the visiting Danish Princess Cecilia and the visiting Queen of Sheba, who comes to see how absolutely wonderful and spectacular Solomon is. And the heavy-handed implication is, and Cecilia is also going to think that Elizabeth is great, and she's going to go back home and tell everyone how wonderful our monarch is, just like the Queen of Sheba did. And so it's based on the narrative in Kings, and you get all of the features of the story that would have appeared in medieval pageantry and in church art and architecture. The Judgment of Solomon, where he presides over a baby that's being, who the two women are fighting over, and he shows wisdom in picking which one is the right mother. And all those sorts of things, the building of the temple. But in order to make it a play and to flesh out the narrative a bit, the playwright has had to fill in gaps from other sources. And some of those sources are therefore apocryphal. They're not from the biblical text. They're from other places, including kind of the English riddle tradition. We'll get back to that later with the figure of Marcolph, who isn't in the Bible at all, is very much an English creation. He's there being witty and funny and kind of just adding a bit of comic texture to the story. But also we can see the playwright drawing from magical traditions to fill in a bit more, and give Solomon a bit more nuance and just to make it a bit more exciting, I think. And there's this conversation between two of Solomon's courtiers and servants who talk about the fact that Solomon can heal people and exorcise demons, which are not qualities he's given in the Bible. You don't see humans doing those sorts of things typically until after Pentecost in the New Testament, when the Holy Spirit joins with humans and they're able to do miracles because God is moving through them. You don't really get that in the Old Testament, so it's anachronistic to give Solomon those attributes unless you accept this kind of apocryphal magical tradition that gives him these magical abilities that extend his wisdom and his knowledge to the supernatural realm, and suggest that he had power to command in a more supernatural way. So it's very interesting to see, because you can essentially, what that play shows us is the set of resources that the playwright had to pull from, and they're very much not just biblical sources. You can see things coming in from elsewhere, and Josephus is a really important text for that play, because it's from Josephus, I think, that playwright would have got the idea of healing and exorcism being associated with Solomon.
I love that, and I'm very much looking forward to going to those sources. And as you've touched on, many of the grimoires historically were very private. These are just like shorthand magician handbooks. But we will get to some of those public sources that you go into great detail, and I absolutely love that. And going back, from the 1500s, what would this be? Going back like 1300 years, one of the things that you touch on, speaking of sources, Dr. King, is the Testament of Solomon. And this is considered, to be one of, if not the first, quote unquote, grimoire, because it is a handbook of magic from the magical perspective of techniques for binding spirits and specific nomina magica, hierarchies, thwarting angels. There's so much, this angel is paired with this disease, and the use of materia magica, magical accoutrement. But when you trace this out, I found this so fascinating, because again, for the first time, your scholarship for me is, and I know for many others, it's connecting the dots that I had not seen before. Can you share about, Dr. King, the Testament of Solomon, maybe for listeners who haven't heard about it for the first time? What is this, and what role did this play in magic on the early modern stage?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Testament of Solomon is really good fun. It's basically, so if we go back to Solomon in the Bible, the building of the temple is described in enormous detail, and you get Hiram, who is a king who helps him build the temple. And this is really important for the founding of the Freemasons. The Freemasons base a lot of their iconography on this story of Hiram and Solomon building the temple. And the temple's really important in the Old Testament, because it's where humans can connect with God. Again, before what happens in the New Testament, before Jesus allowing there's a moment in the New Testament when Jesus dies and the temple curtain tears, and it's a moment that a lot of modern readers don't understand the significance of, but it's really important, because it's the moment when the final barrier between the Holy of Holies, where God is and where you go to consult God, is torn, and suddenly God can move through humans, and that's how the Holy Spirit comes into the world, right? This is this version of God that can kind of unite with humans again. But in the Old Testament, so the temple's really, before that happens, the temple's really important, because it's the most sacred place where God will come and be and speak to the priests who have ritually cleansed themselves, prepared themselves, and gone into the heart of the temple. So Solomon's big thing is that he builds this absolutely incredible temple that his father David had the plans for, but had never actually been able to fulfill. David's another really interesting, complex figure, both a great king and a bad one at the same time. And so he doesn't get to do it. Solomon gets to do it. And so in the Bible, the actual practicalities of it are described in a lot of detail. How much stone it took, and all the gold, and all the lions, and all the fantastic carving, and it sounds incredible. But then the Testament of Solomon tells the story in a slightly different way, because it says that when the temple was built, Solomon used essentially demons, right? Spirits, to help him move the stones. And there's lots and lots of myths in the ancient world about how the architecture of the past was actually created using supernatural assistance. Like there's a story in England about how Stonehenge was built by spirits that Merlin commanded to help move the stones, or there's stories about giants building things like the Giant's Causeway. So it's a bit like that. It's kind of filling in the gap of, okay, well, how did he build this incredible temple? He must have used demons. He must have used spirits. And it's funny because you get this pageant of demonic entities who are all very characterful and some of them quite fun, and they all turn up, and they're quite surly when they turn up because they don't want to have to do a hard day's work. And Solomon is able to use his authority and his wisdom to command them to do what he says. And each time they appear, there's formulas for how he addresses them. He forces them to say who they are, to identify themselves, to identify how they work, what they normally are up to. So one of them will come up and say, I like to kick babies. I'm the demon that eats your cat. If you don't, let it out at night, I sneak in and eat it. Or it's all these really funny, like little characterful things that they do. And then Solomon puts them to work. And what's particularly significant about the Testament is that he is able to delegate. He's able to lend his authority through his symbols, like his seal, which has his, this is where we get into the symbolism of grimoires. There's the signet rings and the sigils and the kind of the patterns and an iconography that represents Solomonic authority. He's able to give that to other people and say to a boy, take this and show this to the demon, and it'll do what you say because I'm the authority. And it's all mimicking the way that kingly power works. So that's the Testament. It's a really fun, document, and it goes through many different versions, and it's quite hard to pin down exactly when it was written. If you want a good understanding of how it fits into the building of Solomon as a magician type figure, Pablo Torriano's book Solomon the Esoteric King is a really good one to have a look at, and he looks at everything from the Testament to sources that wouldn't have been available to early modern people, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. He looks at the nuances of how Solomon is depicted in texts that have only just been rediscovered, and he kind of maps why this tradition emerged. And interestingly, he also has there's this moment in Solomon the Esoteric King where Pablo Torriano has a go at kind of doing a bit of early modern theatrical commentary, and he says, hey, this is kind of similar to what happens in Dr. Faustus, when the formula that Solomon uses to address demons to get them to speak with him in the Testament is quite similar to how Faustus addresses demons. Now, I would say, as a very, skeptical early modernist, I would say I'm not sure I believe that Marlowe had access to the Testament, because it would have been it would have been hard to get hold of in England, and it would have been, we're talking about a text that has a very, it's a textual history that's very difficult to trace. So I would err on the side of caution in saying that Marlowe had access to it. But what's certainly true of the Testament is that lots of the ideas that people had heard of in the early modern period about Solomon's magic had their origins in the Testament. The Testament had a big impact on how people spoke about Solomon's esoteric tradition. So even if you didn't have access to the text itself, you might, through other sources, know of the type of invocations it described. So I'm always a bit careful about this. There's one interesting exception to this, which we'll come to later, but most of the time I've tried to avoid saying, I think this playwright had seen this grimoire, because it's so hard for us to pin that down. But there is one really cool exception, which we'll come to. So that's the Testament. The Testament is not a text that lots of people would have had access to or have read, but it's a site of origin for lots of the ideas that you do see in the early modern period.
I love that. And thank you, Dr. King. And yes, to your very point, I mean, I know like the Book of Oberon, for example, that we've discussed on the show before, Elizabethan magic and compendiums, but those are private, and so while it's so tempting, you're right, it's like, I wonder, what did Shakespeare see the book? I mean, he was allegedly known to keep, wide variety of different companies, maybe magicians or Marlowe. I mean, you're right. But I love, yes, looking forward to the exception. And I love the sources that you draw up. And to that very point, Dr. King, you say as well in your doctoral thesis, you say, quote, understanding the full force and range of the Solomonic and early modern drama reveals hitherto neglected dimensions of characters across a range of plays, end quote. So this was fascinating to me. Can you share, why do you think the Solomonic trope, if you will, in early modern drama, why was it neglected? And how does your unique work try to redeem that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this goes back to what the purpose of a PhD is, right? You're trying to fill in a gap, and you've mentioned already the way that clearly there's a kind of a torch that I'm taking from the medievalist. This isn't entirely all coming from me. So certainly, if you want to think about the discussion of Solomonic magic, I'm not the first person to talk about that. But in the early modern period, I think early modernists have overlooked it slightly because often when you see Solomonic tropes in something like Dr. Faustus, you don't get something, it's not so explicit as to be, here is King Solomon turning up and doing some magic. You don't get that in early modern theatre. When Solomon turns up as a character, he turns up as his biblical self, which you get in the play David and Bathsheba when he turns up at the end. And he's kind of esoteric there. And he is, I talk about this in the thesis, there's already a sort of an esoteric inflection to what he's saying, the sort of prophetic boy at the end of the play who's going to become this great king. But you don't get a magician who is also, you don't get Solomon turning up and conjuring demons on the early modern stage. And I think that's partly why scholars of theatre haven't necessarily put the two together. There's been a lot of interest in magic on the early modern stage, and occasionally you'll get references to some of the grimoire sources. But I think the fact that so much of the mechanics of magic is coming directly from those sources has just been missed. The text, again, we'll come back to this with our exception, the text that is most on the nose about the fact that this magic is Solomonic magic and that mentions Solomon by name 3 times is also written by the playwright who has that group, who we know had a Solomonic grimoire. So that's interesting that the other playwrights are picking up on Solomonic themes without necessarily having themselves sat down with the text itself. It's kind of in the air. It's already shaped the way that magicians think about themselves. And the playwrights are drawing from that as opposed to directly from the sources. But there is one exception where a playwright draws directly from a Solomonic source. And then we get very specific parodies of Solomonic associations of magic. So I think it's just a case of it not being entirely explicit all the time, and it's just a feature that hasn't, it's just dots that haven't been joined together. It's funny because I got pulled up in my viva for using the word neglected to sound more negative than I meant it to. It was funny because about a fortnight before I had my viva, which is when you have your defense and you have to sit in front of 2 academics who are experts in your field and fight for your thesis and explain all the things that they thought they didn't quite understand or justify all the decisions that you made. I realized about 2 weeks before that I had really vociferously disagreed with something that my external supervisor had written, and I'd said that she'd neglected to do something, and she picked me up on that and she was like, well, you keep using this word neglected to talk about things that scholars haven't looked at, and it sounds like you're saying that they've been negligent. And really it's just that they're looking at something else. They have a different interest, and it's just that nobody has quite looked at the thing you're looking at yet and put the 2 dots together. So I thought that was a fair point, and I went through and I slightly softened my language and I removed some of the uses of the word neglect. And I tried to reframe it in a more sort of neutral way, that scholars haven't been neglectful. It's just not been something that has been looked at yet. It's just an area of history that hasn't yet been excavated. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I love the way you do this in your thesis, because you will, chart new territory, and you will very politely yet firmly kind of, not necessarily push back, but you'll say, hey, when one scholar says, well, Solomon had his time on stage, you will very say, well, allow me to present a lot of evidence that shows this evolution of Solomonic thought on the early modern stage. So I absolutely love that. And Dr. King, to your exact point, so far in the podcast, you've been tracing out this lovely history, Sapientia Solomonis and the Testament of Solomon, and this kind of, 2,000 year, if you will, period that is leading to this kind of churning going on. And you then trace out, at least in my own weird brain, this blossoming comes forth. All of the soil is right. And in the 1590s-ish area, late 1580s to the early 1590s, you say that this was a, quote, Solomonic moment that, quote, cemented Solomonic exceptionalism as an approach distinct from other forms of magic, unquote. So what the heck was going on, Dr. King, in the late 1580s to the early 1590s?
Sure. Well, this is exciting for me with my interests because it's basically theatre that does this. I think that the reason that happens and the reason that we start to, again, really cement those tropes of, okay, what does a magician look like? What kinds of props do they have? What kind of, what do they wear? How do they hold themselves? How do they speak? Theatre is driving this need to pin those ideas down. And, when you're depicting a magician on stage, you're having to make decisions that then set in stone or, they certainly set the kind of tropes that are then going to be to become kind of mimetic, I think is the word. They've become part of culture. And so I think, like I was saying earlier, the 1560s, when we're at court, when we're seeing Sapientia Solomonis and we're seeing the kind of propagandist use of Solomon, we haven't yet got a theatre culture like the culture of the 1580s and 90s, where you suddenly have from the 1570s onwards, but certainly, in those last few decades of the century, you have this new thing, which is these massive playhouses. And they were massive. If you've been to the Globe in London, it's too small. It's built the right way, but it's smaller than it would have been because of fire safety regulations, actually. If you build a theatre like the Globe to its original scale, it's an absolute death trap if there's a fire, so you can't. They had to build it smaller so that the ratio of exits to size was correct, or to, whatever the rules are. So if you imagine it like that, but much bigger, I mean, it would have been like going to a concert or something like that. And in the same way that that you didn't really get like big music venues until the culture of music and recorded music had changed. You didn't really get big playhouses like that until the culture had got there, which wasn't until after sort of around the time of Marlowe. This is after Shakespeare is born. Shakespeare's born in the 1560s, and so it's during his life that this becomes a big deal. So what that means is that all of a sudden, you have all these resources that you didn't have before. You've got a lot of money coming in. It's the new thing. You've got these big venues. They are trying to draw in big audiences, and they want to put stuff on stage that is exciting. And then also during the 1580s, we have the Discoverie of Witchcraft published, which is Reginald Scott's skeptical attempt to stop people persecuting witches and being superstitious. And I've got my copy here, which is one of my favourite books ever. It's such an interesting book, and it's so much to do with theatre. It's so interested in stagecraft because Scott is fascinated by stage magic, and he even there's woodcuts in here that show you how particular tricks are done on stage. So it's intermingling an analysis of actual magic and why we shouldn't believe in witches with a kind of admiration for the capabilities of the stage. And it's sometimes been called a grimoire for playwrights, and we'll get into that in more detail a little bit later on. But so that happened. So Reginald Scott's published this really important book that gives playwrights loads of ideas, and playwrights suddenly have these bigger venues that they're trying to do cool things in. And that brings us all the way back to what I said at the beginning about magic being the place where you can push at the capabilities of the stage. You can do, if you want to do special effects, tell stories about magic. And so I think that's why I think that the two things are very closely intertwined. And this is why, as somebody who loves theatre, it's really, it's wonderful for me to see this medium that I love so much shaping culture and shaping cultural attitudes that persist until today. The reason that some of these tropes about magicians moved from the grimoires into kind of public consciousness is because people started going to see plays, and they saw conjurations happening. Actors had to perform magic and be magicians in front of huge crowds for the first time in that kind of way. So that's why it's theatre, I think, is at the heart of that moment.
That's amazing. Yeah, I it's something that you really do elaborate on so much in your thesis. So the theater is really a kind of a cauldron, if you will, of history, and it's kind of like this wonderful crossroads, or I suppose I should say, is that a fair estimation, that the theater is this kind of place where whether you're one of, you're at the Globe and you're one of the groundlings, or one of the aristocracy sitting up in one of it doesn't, like, everyone comes together and there's this fostering this kind of verdancy there. Is that somewhat fair? I don't know.
Absolutely. I mean, if you just compare it with other moments when technology has allowed us to leap forward in the way that we tell stories, like cinema. This is a slight digression, but the first, I mean, Georges Méliès, who's kind of the first person to tell proper whimsical, fantastical stories on film, he was a stage magician as well. So he was the first person to look at the possibilities of moving images, which were, the Lumiere brothers had just started to show people moving pictures in sideshows. Look how cool this is. This is a moving picture, but it would be people coming out of a factory or sitting on a bench or something a bit boring. And Méliès, who was a showman, who understood how to weave a sort of wondrous, magical experience for an audience in the flesh, he was the person who said, and if I do this with special effects on film, it's going to be amazing. I can show people things they've never seen before. So magic and the stagecraft of magic has always been at the heart of innovation in new forms of storytelling. And every time you have a leap forward in what's possible, whether it's special effects, streaming in the home, whatever it is, 3D, VR, I think, you'll always find people who have an understanding of magic and who are great showmen, just saying, okay, what can we do? What can we put in front of an audience that's going to be really exciting? So I think you're absolutely right. The description of it as a cauldron or a melding pot is perfect.
I love your point about that kind of intersection between magic and kind of nascent technology as well, and this kind of weaving that happens. It's so lovely. Thank you, Dr. King. And as well, you intimated on this earlier. This is a listener question we have for you from listener Phil Storm, and Phil was asking what kind of magical sorcerers would have been best well known at the time period. And so, Phil, I know Dr. King just touched on this, so perhaps, Dr. King, this might be a great time to delve into some of those source works, including, as you just touched on, a deep dive into Reginald Scott's 1584 work, The Discovery of Witchcraft. And as you just said, it has a lot to do with theater and theatrics. But for listeners who might not be too familiar, what is this treatise? What is this collection? And what spirit did Reginald Scott write in? I love that.
It's so fun. It's so fun. Basically, imagine a very angry Richard Dawkins.
Touche.
Stuck in the late 1500s, looking around him and being absolutely pissed off with everybody. Like, okay, why is everybody panicking about witches? And so it's a very, I mean, I'm not saying that I am, he's more skeptical even than me. He's a proper skeptic. He's properly cynical and dismissive, and he's a lot harsher than I would ever be towards people who hold belief in magic. And but I love it because he's such a character, and he writes in such a characterful way, and he's such a good source for so much that we know about what was happening on the stage at the time and what people were interested in. And you can see again, he's just at that moment when theatre's beginning to do all these exciting things, and then he absolutely ends up feeding into it. So basically, this Discovery of Witchcraft is the main purpose, I think, is to disabuse people of their in Reginald Scott's eyes credulous, ridiculous beliefs that witches are a genuine threat in the early modern world. For him, this is superstition and silly nonsense, And actually also he thinks that magicians are silly too for thinking that they can conjure and command demons and spirits. His kind of thesis, I would sum it up as him saying, witches are just old ladies. Let's not kill them for having, pets and occasionally cursing somebody who's been horrible to them. And magicians are arrogant people, men wasting their time, basically. They should be studying science. They should be studying, natural philosophy or the natural world. And instead they're wasting their time trying to talk to demons and angels. But then he's you can tell that he has an affection for stage magic, actually. And in all of that skepticism, there is this kind of this love of showmanship. And he has a degree of respect for men and women who are able to make their living without, in his eyes, it's as long as you don't lie and you say that this is real magic, then I'm with you, and it's maybe okay. And you can kind of tell that he spends so long describing how particular tricks are done. You can kind of, I think he has there's this sort of deep sense that he kind of enjoys it, even though he's very dismissive of some beliefs. You can sense him kind of, enjoying the trick. What's really important about Reginald Scott, though, is that he does this thing, which in hindsight was kind of inevitable, but he didn't seem to realize that this would happen. He kind of accidentally democratizes grimoire magic by printing in English for the first time a grimoire called Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. I think it's in book 15. I'm just trying to find it again. Basically, what he does is he takes this grimoire, which another skeptical author had already published, but in Latin, and makes it into and has it translated into English and printed. And this is something, actually, to speak to Phil's question. The short way of answering before I get back to Scott is to make it very, very clear the difference between manuscript culture and print culture, which is something we don't think about very much today, because for us a book is always printed. But back then, there was a culture of manuscript texts that would have been, painstakingly copied by hand and passed around. And actually, sometimes you would want, as an author, for your text to be in manuscript and not in print. Print has associations with being open to all, to some extent more democratic, I guess, more available, more accessible. Anybody could pick it up, especially if it's printed in the vernacular. Anyone could pick it up and read it. If for any reason you want your, sly political commentary or your erotic poems or your grimoire magic to remain within a smaller circumference of people, you keep it in manuscript. And so that's why it's so hard to pin down who had access to what grimoire, because there's no real record of what was available, how many copies there were, who owned them and at what time. Again, there's an exception later on. But so that's how grimoires existed. And most people knew them by reputation rather than by detail. And there's a really fun story, actually, that's slightly older. It's from, I think the 1400s, if I remember rightly. It's a medieval story. And it's about a guy called John of Morigny. Again, French pronunciation, not my best. And I wrote about this in a Substack article recently called Women Know Your Magical Limits, which was all about why you shouldn't teach women how to read in case they read grimoires and accidentally curse themselves. Because that's what happens in this particular story. John of Morigny lets his sister read the Ars Notoria, and she becomes bewitched and has a terrible time of it. And that's an interesting moment, because what he describes isn't actually what's in the Ars Notoria. It's much more of a sort of cautionary tale about the idea of the grimoire. The horrible, terrible things that you find in them, the awful, blood-curdling curses, and it's not quite what you get. When you read the Ars Notoria, it's much more sort of calm and almost it's sort of it's quite Christian sounding. It sounds like religious incantations, and is quite frankly not as exciting as John of Morigny makes it sound. So that's a good example from a little bit earlier on of, I think, what would have also been true in the early modern period, that most people knew of grimoires by their terrifying reputation, and they had an idea of roughly what was in them in terms of sort of symbols and shapes and funny Latin things, but they wouldn't necessarily have ever actually seen one. But then in print, so for a public audience, for the first time in English, Reginald Scott says, I'm going to show everybody what one of these grimoires says. And they're all going to think it's stupid. Obviously they're going to read this and go, ugh, how dumb, how ridiculous. This is what the magicians have been hoarding. This is their secret knowledge. And so he prints Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, which is all about, like the Testament of Solomon, a kind of parade of demons and all their different ranks in hell, and how you're supposed to interact with them and how you're supposed to conjure them. And he even writes at the end of it this wonderful line. He says, anyone who could be made to believe these things will be persuaded that the moon is made of green cheese. So again, Richard Dawkins, he really thinks that if he just shows everybody this, everyone's going to snap out of this delusion that there's anything of worth here. And that's not what happened at all. That's not what happened at all. What happened was all these playwrights went, thank you so much, Reginald Scott. I'm going to copy now I know what my magician gets to wear and gets to, say, and the props and the everything, and the incantations. I'm going to just use the thank you. It's what a great source book, a grimoire for playwrights, and some handy ideas in there about how I might stage them with all this talk of sleight of hand. And then a bunch of people who aren't even interested in theatre go, oh, great, grimoires, I'll have a go at magic. And even into the 17th century, you get pages that have been torn out of the skeptical treatise, literally separated from their skeptical framing and just used as a grimoire. And they're found in the possession of people accused of witchcraft. It just goes to show, if you print something, you can never quite tell what people will make of it. But yeah, so that's the wonderful story of Reginald Scott, and hopefully that sheds light on what Phil was asking about regarding what was and wasn't available. So manuscript versus print, really, really important, and I think Scott is a huge factor in fueling that Solomonic moment that we described in the late 1580s.
I know, poor Scott, right? He just didn't see this unintentionally invidious Trojan horse that's coming forth. And I love reading Scott because you're right. He'll say something, oh yes, this is a superstitious Catholic magical ritual, and he'll say, like, noteth how this agreeth with popish charms and superstitions. And now here is the entire 5-paragraph conjuration. It's like, yeah. Oh my gosh, it just sounds like they ran with it, Dr. King. Like you were saying, the playwrights, everyone was like, oh, this is great. This is a gold mine right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And still to this day, I always love to see horror films that have just gone, right, we need some creepy looking symbols. Where do we go? And they'll go to some of these early grimoire translations, some of which were by skeptical authors like Scott. And I always love to see it. It's funny. Poor Scott, his legacy was the opposite of what he wanted.
I know. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And so you actually just touched on this, Dr. King. So skepticism. So Scott has this, as you say, people are running with it. Some people are maybe taking, Scott's perspective a little bit more skeptical. But after the discovery of witchcraft was officially out there, after 1584, did plays at the time, and did playwrights, did they all retain Scott's skepticism? Were some, as you say, did they just kind of go full throttle and embrace it? Was it kind of a mix? What was the theatrical reception of all this?
Yeah, great question. So I think at first, you do see plays that are skeptical. And the chapter 1 of my thesis is all about this, basically skeptical responses that very much draw on Scott, but seem to retain the framing of it, the attitude that Scott has. So Galatea is a really good example of that, Lily's play, which some have said is the first play to draw on Scott as a source. And this is a play where one of the sort of clownish characters, clown here meaning kind of like a lower class buffoon, not a clown in the modern sense, but they're called clown characters on the early modern stage. So one of the clown characters has this subplot where he's going off and he has these different masters, and each one of them promises some sort of magical ability. One of them is an astrologer, one of them is an alchemist, and they're basically idiots who are not quite con men. They believe their hype, but they are, the alchemist is clearly just burying himself in poverty because he's not getting anywhere with his alchemy, and the astrologer falls over backwards into a pond because he's looking at the stars and he fails to see the trip. So you get this kind of very, very skeptical, very Scott-like response to the proposition of magic and of Solomonic exceptions, who are these men who are doing all these very clever experiments. And Dr. Faustus then comes out and is a huge hit. And Dr. Faustus is an interesting one. We'll come back to that a bit later. But Dr. Faustus leaves some room open for the concept of a Solomonic exception, but is generally a play that says it's probably a bad idea to mess around with this stuff. Maybe don't do this because it's going to, it's hubristic and it's going to lead to you being dragged away to hell. Which again is a great thing is really fun to watch on stage. But yeah, so it's very much a cautionary tale. But then after Dr. Faustus, there's this great big, it's a craze. Dr. Faustus is so successful and it was so exciting to watch that suddenly all the theatres, and they're beginning to compete with each other too, all the theatres and all the playwrights are going, how can we do a magician play? And if you start to have a big spate of magician plays, you just by nature, you get different versions of the magician myth so that they're not all telling the same story. And also the appeal of a magician who succeeds there's a couple of things that are really useful about that from a storytelling point of view. One of them is that you can have a sequel play. So Friar Bacon is your kind of positive version of the Solomonic magician that comes out of this moment. He's kind of the probably, if Faustus is the ultimate warning, Friar Bacon is the ultimate kind of magician hero. And he has a play written by Robert Greene, Friar Bacon, Friar Bungay, which is all about magicians, and it's got magician duels and it's great. And at the end of it, spoilers, Friar Bacon is so annoyed with all the messing around that the characters have done with his magic that he goes, right, that's it. I'm giving up magic, not doing it again. And he technically does cast his magic away, but then there's a sequel play, John of Bordeaux, where he comes back and he says, okay, I had a bit of a temper at the end of the last story, but I've decided that I'm gonna pick up magic again. I was having a bad day, but actually I'm fine and I can do my magic again. And so he gets to, usually Friar Bacon is there to help bring a romance plot to its happy conclusion, to make sure that the right woman ends up with the right man. And so he's very much a sort of positive version of the magician figure. And so there's the simple fact that you can have a sequel play if your magician doesn't get torn to pieces by demons at the end of your first story. But there's also other things that creep in, like patriotism. Like in Friar Bacon, Friar Bungay, the lesser English magician Friar Bungay is losing a duel against the German magician Vandermast. Boo, everyone, when he comes on, he's the big bad German villain. And he's losing, and then Friar Bacon turns up and reasserts the superiority of English magic. And Friar Bacon's big plan in his play is his own kind of side plot is that he's trying to create a wall of brass around the British Isles to make them impenetrable so that they'll never be invaded again. And if you think about this coming out around the time of the Spanish Armada, you can absolutely see why that's an appealing idea. So there's loads of reasons as to why you do get that shift from purely skeptical to not quite so skeptical. But again, it's driven by storytelling. This is again just to kind of reassert the importance of the subject. This is why English is such a cool subject to study, because people underestimate how much storytelling shapes the way that we see the world. And you can absolutely tell from just this moment in history how important theatre was in shaping our view of magic. Yeah.
That is so lovely. Yes. And I know, I think that's what makes it so wonderful and rejuvenating with your work, because you're combining these two amazing interests that have to do with storytelling and performative aspects, and effectively acting as basically receiving these tributaries of history and culture, kind of flowing one into the other, grimoire sources. It's so excellent. And to that very point, Dr. King, you touched on this earlier, but we have a listener question for you about this kind of cross-pollination from Blaine Rocks. And Blaine is asking and saying, "Hi, Dr. King. I love that you're on Glitch Bottle." That makes two of us, Blaine. My question is, what is the relationship, Dr. King, between the conjuring circle and the circumference of the theater? Maybe Blaine might be referring to the globe. Or Alternatively, Blaine is asking, what does Dr. King see as the relationship between the performative aspects of theater and the performative aspects of magical rituals, as both use pre-planned gestures and implements? For example, Dr. King mentions in her thesis about, quote, considerations about time, light quality, space, the proper use of the voice, etc. Thank you so much, Blaine says.
Yes, thank you, Blaine. That's a very dangerous question to ask me, because this is kind of like the perfect question for me, and I could talk about this for days.
The stage is yours, Dr. King.
I always joke that if you go into a church or a cathedral in the UK and you just say something offhandedly about the architecture, there will just inevitably be this person who materializes, who goes, "Oh yes, they're the finest corbels in all of Lincolnshire," and then you have to know about corbels. I'm that person, but for theatre architecture. So you've asked me the dangerous, I will seize you like the ancient mariner and I'll just talk to you about theatre architecture for hours. Yes, you're absolutely right, Blaine. Yes, so, okay, the Globe is a really good example of this. Lots of the bigger playhouses are built as circles, right? And you can see this from the Globe in London. Other theatres too, circles or sort of roughly circles. I think there's been some really interesting archaeological evidence about the exact shape of the rose, which was kind of weirdly extended, and we don't quite know why. And anyway, but they're basically they're theatres where the stage sticks out into the audience, and the groundlings, the people who are too cheap to pay for a seat, are standing around the stage. I've done that very many times, and there's this real sense that everybody can see everybody else. We're in broad daylight. You know, that sunlight is free. We don't have to light any candles. The roof is open. We're in this circle. We can all see each other. The characters can speak. This is why there's so many soliloquies in early modern plays. The characters can speak with their audience. And there's a real understanding of this as a symbol for the globe, right? I mean, that's why the globe is called the globe, because the world is a rounded shape and the theatre's a rounded shape. All the world's a stage. All the men and women merely players, you know, the famous speech from As You Like It. And actually, even in other details of theatre architecture, you've got that. So if you go to the Globe in London, have you been to the Globe, Alex?
Yes, I was there. I was there in 2006, actually.
Ooh,
yes.
What did you see?
Yes. So there was a production of Othello that was going on. But also there was a tour that we took of the Globe itself. So it was interesting to see some of the things that I had no idea about, all of the background and, you know, and everything that goes on. You know, as one of the groundlings, I'm just sitting there going, wow, this is great. But everything that's involved in it, the architecture, the circumference, I mean, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
They probably pointed this out to you when you did your tour. There's a canopy over the stage, right? You've got your sticky out stage, and there's a bit of a canopy. It's not all the way over the stage, so the actors do get rained on if they go beyond a certain point. But that little canopy, and then there's the two big columns at the front of that canopy. If you look underneath it, if you're a groundling or you're in one of the lower seats, and you look underneath it, the roof of the canopy is painted like the heavens. It's got astrological signs, usually the zodiac. And it's called the Heavens. It's nicknamed the Heavens. And if you think about plays where you've got like Juliet on the balcony, or something is being done with the height of the theatre, you know, it is the east and Juliet is the sun. You've got all this stuff going on in the vocabulary of theatre that treats the higher parts of the building itself as being symbolic of the heavens, right? And even more fun, trapdoors are always the places that demons come from. So all the conjuration scenes seem to have made a lot of use of trapdoors. So it's this idea, again, if the theatre is the world, then we've got the heavens and we've got hell, literally above and below the theatre. There's a real understanding of that. Oh, and by the way, this is just an extra tidbit, but the smell as well. Sulphurous smells could be produced in the theatre when demons turned up. And there's some really cool work that's been done on people smelling things in theatres, and that creating a kind of really visceral sense that, you know, something wicked this way comes. Sound effects as well, so thunder and lightning effects, and all of that stuff. Anyway, so yeah, in terms of the architecture of the theatre itself, there's a really, really conscious sense. Everybody gets it in the early modern period that the theatre is like the world, and it's got the heavens and it's got hell above and below it. And so that makes the fact that a magician character is standing on a stage doing invocations in a circle, in a circular shape. That makes that very interesting. There's definitely a very powerful frisson, and you don't get that again. This is something you still only get in a theatre, even today, even with streaming, with cinema, with everything else. You only really get that feeling of, should we really be saying this right now out loud? What if something really is listening when Lady Macbeth says, "Oh, come ye spirits"? You know, that frisson is absolutely because of the fact that the theatre feels like a space that could be itself a conjuring circle. And I wrote an article about this recently as well, but there is this great story about how when people first went to see Dr. Faustus, they thought they counted one devil too many amongst the actors. So there was supposed to be 8 devils, but people counted 9, as if the invocations in the play had actually summoned something and it had come up. And there's a great story. There's a text called The Black Book, which is a prose text, but it's written by a playwright, Thomas Middleton, during a period when the theatres were closed for plague, which used to happen a lot. And he wrote this book which imagines Lucifer coming out of the Globe Theatre from a trapdoor and going off through London to check in on all the wrongdoers and see how they're getting on. The idea of the space of the theatre being magic itself is really powerful. And then the other thing that Lane mentioned, the idea of the performative aspect of magical rituals translating very well to the stage. I mean, this is a really important part of my thesis, and it's something I don't think people have noticed enough, is just how much some of the grimoire descriptions of rituals sound like stage effects, stage directions. So, you know, you're telling your actor, okay, I want you to go here, I want you to stand here, you have to say it like this, you know, you have to get this, you have to do it at the right time, timing's really important, you have to make sure that you are speaking with authority. And this is an interesting overlap as well between the ritual and the stage, because in both, you've got this risk that if you don't convince your audience, there's a kind of threat, right? If you're on stage and you're an actor and you're not doing a good job, your audience will turn on you and you'll be out of a job and your theatre will be really angry with you. If you're a magician and you fail to convince the demon that you're talking to that you have the right kind of authority, there's a real danger that the demon might turn around and do something to you because they're not scared of you. So go all the way back to that Testament of Solomon idea of people, being told by Solomon, go and show him my sign and it will make the demon listen to you. If you think about that from a theatrical point of view, it's like saying, go and perform as if you were me, go and adopt my authority. So there's a really clear overlap between the two. Loads of great stuff there. I could talk about that for ages.
Oh my gosh, this is so fantastic, and you really, even as you were describing that, Dr. King, I was thinking of in many of the classic grimoires from 400, 500, 600 years ago. It really does talk about the sign that the spirits will happen would be infinite drums and cymbals crashing and gongs and a parade of all of these interesting things that I had never until hearing you just now and reading your thesis. I had never connected those dots before, but there is that performative aspect of embodying the role. And I never thought of that. Like if you go to a performance of Hamlet, it's just horrible. You just have to walk out. I mean, I could totally see on the grimoire side, if you're engaged in some kind of invocatory or evocatory procedure and you're just, and this is something guests have said, like if you don't have everything memorized, or if you're bumbling around, or if you're halfway through and then the candle tips over in the circle, that's very flammable. Like there are all kinds of things that really, really could happen there. That's interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's really, and there's even a bit, I think it's in Pseudomachia Daemonum, where it actually says, even if you don't believe it, even if you're nervous on the inside, the demon's got to believe that you mean what you say. And that, again, that's just like somebody saying telling an actor who's got stage fright, just act it out, don't let them see. So this idea that you are not even authentically, you don't even really feel the thing that you're pretending to feel, but that you're able to convince your audience. That's all that really matters. That's absolutely there in the grimoires. Yeah, definitely. There's a really lovely, if you're interested in kind of the use of the theatre as a space like that, if you look at the production, there's a cool production of Macbeth by Lucy Bailey, was the director at the Globe, and she did this very cool thing where she turned the Globe space into, it sort of mimicked Dante's Inferno with the concentric circles. So she picked up on this idea of the globe as a circle and had concentric circles going closer and closer to the stage. And then the groundlings had a big black canvas at head height, neck height, stretched across them to the backs of the theatre, so that they looked like the Lake of Traitors' heads sticking out of the ice at the bottom of hell in Dante's Inferno. So it was as if the characters really, this Macbeth story was happening in the belly of hell, and she was absolutely kind of expanding upon something that the early moderns already understood about the use of that shape of the theatre. So yeah, that's a cool production. I saw that, but I wasn't a groundling that time. I'm quite glad, because it was quite scary for them, and they sometimes, the witches would run underneath between them. You could see people going, oh, I was quite glad I had a seat for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I can only imagine if you're a groundling, you're like, well, maybe we really are in hell right now. I don't know. I thought a goblin or a witch just ran by my ankles right now. Yeah. Yeah,
it was very cool.
That's so wonderful, Dr. King. This is so great. Just again, connecting so many dots. And I know myself, and I know I try not to speak for the listeners, but I know that they will really appreciate your new and rejuvenating scholarship, because it's talking about things that we don't really think about, either in the scholarly realm or in people who just enjoy, reading and researching the grimoires. It's really wonderful. And something you touched on, we'll get to this a little bit later, a little bit in the early to mid 1600s, of course, with James the First and his sympathies towards, more forbidden aspects like Catholicism at the time. But this next question kind of goes to this. Can you share something Scott did too, right? Can you share how did anti-Catholic or perhaps, Catholic suspicious adjacent writings, how did they shape the understanding of magic that was portrayed on the early modern stage? For example, and I read this and I just love chanting this. I'm sure this isn't iambic pentameter or anything like that, but Samuel Harsonet's in a declaration of egregious popish impostures. I just love that. Can you just share a little bit about the historical context and what the heck's going on here?
When I first read that title, I was telling everybody I knew about it, because it's such a funny title. It's so hard to say. A declaration of egregious popish impostures. It's like chewing on the words. Egregious popish impostures. And sometimes I just think of that to myself. Oh, egregious popish impostures. Anyway, it's a funny thing to say about something. But yeah, so there's a lot of anti-Catholic sentiment around, of course, because we're post-Reformation and we're in the reign of Elizabeth I. There's a lot to say there, and there's probably scholars who've gone into the anti-Catholic side of things a bit more than I do. But in a way, I mean, what I just described Reginald Scott doing, I think I said before, it's kind of like an act of reformation, right? There's a kind of Protestant desire in Scott to make texts available. The whole point of the Reformation, really at its heart, was to put the Bible in the vernacular, so that, as Tyndale said, even the boy who pushes the plough will know more of his religion than the bishops do at the moment. This was the idea, this was the central revolutionary concept at the heart of the Protestant Reformation, that everybody deserved to have this connection between their themselves and their God. And often Protestants depict themselves as, if you look at cartoons caricaturing Protestantism versus Catholicism is this like very busy picture of saints and things that overlap with magic, like, elaborate costume and ritual and stuff, clutter, basically stuff, things that smell nice, and candles and all sorts of, gilded saints and images. And then the Protestants are always depicted with just a book, the Bible, and then a beam of light, and that's it. So the grimoire tradition, the idea of magic as this thing that you sort of very painstakingly do, has more clear parallels with Catholic ritual in the Protestant mind than it does with what Protestants are doing, which is just this kind of organic, natural connection with God. So, and I think, again, Scott's sort of motivated by that same desire to put things in English so that people can see them and do what they want with them. And he assumes that means that they'll see things the way that he sees things, but not necessarily. In the same way that actually putting the Bible in English is maybe the beginnings of proper atheism in the UK, in England, and in Europe in general, because, you know, you start to be able to criticize the text if you can understand it. So there's that kind of fundamental Protestant compulsion going on, which perhaps slightly backfires, and a suspicion of ritual, and a suspicion of ceremony, and a suspicion inherently as well of the idea that some men are exceptional and they're closer to God or closer to the heavens than everybody else, which is sort of what Solomonic Exceptionalism is. And there's also some really interesting details of the way that magic is depicted that overlap with Catholicism. So there's this idea, it's been floated and suggested that the phrase hocus pocus comes from hoc est corpus meum. That whole idea that the moment when the Catholic priest turns the bread into Jesus' body through transubstantiation was kind of heard, and then, you know, but people who didn't speak Latin would kind of just hear it as hocus pocus, and that was so hocus pocus became a sort of byword for the thing that you say in a magical moment. And I don't know whether that's true, actually. I haven't looked into whether or not we know that that's the case, but that's that kind of idea that bits of Catholicism, poorly understood or half heard, half understood, had made their way into little spells and rituals and sayings people had, you know, like saying bless you, or like crossing yourself. And actually, there's a really interesting detail of grimoire magic, which overlaps with Catholic ritual, which I don't know if I've got it's probably better if I don't hold it up because it's hard to see on screen. But if you look at basically the Discoverie of Witchcraft, or any book that's got a picture of what you're supposed to draw on the floor when you do your magical ritual, you know, your circle, your triangles, your astrological symbols, or names, and all the rest, you'll see that there's often in those circles, in the rims of those circles in early modern woodcuts, a kind of cross shape. Do you know what I mean, Alex? Can you
Yes.
can you imagine what I'm saying? It's just like a little bit. It's not like a cross, like a Christian cross with a long tail. It's like more like a plus sign with kind of slightly more elaborate edges. I don't know how to describe it. But anyway, if you go and look at a circle, conjuring circle, there's a particular cross. And that was a specific signal in a Catholic text for where the priest would make the sign of the cross. So it's a symbol that in printed texts under Catholicism was a signal for you to do something physical. So you would have your catechism or whatever it was, you'd have something printed out as a Catholic priest, or you'd have it written down in your books or in your notes, and you would know when you saw that symbol, that's the moment when you make the sign of the cross. And it has been suggested that when you move around your circle and you're doing different things at different points, whenever you get to one of those little crosses, you're supposed to also make the sign of the cross. So as an exact the stage directions of the ritual are exactly the same as the kind of stage directions of the Catholic ceremony in that example. So that's those sort of just some details I can think of about the sort of the overlap, but certainly the suspicion of ritual is interlaced with the suspicion of Catholic stuff, and then that fires up again after the Gunpowder Plot when we have Catholic terrorists trying to kill the king.
Yes, exactly. That just that little thing that might be inconsequential, you know, or kick off certain historical events. Absolutely.
And we'll be in England in a week's time. We will still be burning effigies of the guy responsible for that. So it's clearly lingered with us enough. If you want to know how much of an impact that had on the English psyche, we still burn Guy Fawkes.
Oh yes, I remember when I first saw V for Vendetta, right? And I'm just like, all these American kids for the first time are like, what the heck is going on right now? This is amazing. But yes, very, very important with Guy Fawkes and of course Hugo Weaving and Natalie Portman's acting, notwithstanding, which was an excellent movie, but interesting stuff. Dr. King too. Okay, so to your point then, you just touched on this with, you know, this kind of suspicion of Catholicism. And as you mentioned, you've traced out a few moments ago this suspicion of women, of witchcraft, of nun, kind of, high magic, kind of male power that's there, whereas there's this separation and this kind of like looking down on as suspicious, or we need to somehow separate. So you trace out the issues with gender, the kind of power dynamics, and you employ the term in your thesis, quote, magical knowledge seeker, and you contrast it to other terms like witch or sorcerer and sorceress. So in addition to what you've shared so far, can you sketch for us kind of the broad strokes of the major differences between a magical knowledge seeker and a sorcerer or a sorceress? And how is this distinction so important in terms of portraying this on stage?
Absolutely, yeah. That's a really good question. It's also, so it's really important on stage, and actually also in the real world off stage, there is a new incentive for magicians or magical knowledge seekers to try to distinguish themselves as much as possible, because we get an even stricter witchcraft law in 1603, 1604 when James comes to throne in England. And James, as we'll discuss, was very worried about the threat of magic. People using occult forces to cause harm, especially to him. And actually, in the wake of that act, John Dee writes this really nervous letter to James saying, just so we're clear, I'm not actually like doing anything. Just so we're like, I'm okay, aren't I? I'm not gonna fall foul to this new law that you've just brought in. So we can see that there's a real anxiety, even amongst real people who are worried that they're going to be caught up and conflated with witches. And I think in terms of how that starts to, how that appears on stage, I mean, yeah, masculinity is really important. There are some really interesting cases of women assuming the more masculine Solomonic role, or trying to. People who are thinking about Lady Macbeth are probably thinking along the right lines here. Or there's a very interesting conjuration scene in 2 Henry VI, which is Shakespeare's only conjuration of a demon, which everyone forgets about because it's always cut from adaptations because it's a really weird thing to happen in a history play. But if you look at those examples, they're quite good actually for distinguishing, for looking at the difference between witches and magical knowledge seekers, because you've got women trying to do the thing that is that makes them exceptional, and it's all to do with authority. It's all to do with, again, all of this stagecraft, all of this stuff that we've just talked about, the overlap between the Catholic ritual, between and the stagecraft of conjuration. It basically has to do with whether or not you are assuming a position of authority in the exchange, or whether you're not. A really good point of contrast, actually, if you think about someone like Dr. Faustus. Like, what is Dr. Faustus doing when he conjures, especially in the first scene? So he gets Cornelius and Valdez, who are these two people who are magical knowledge seekers, to explain to him how he has to do his complicated ritual. And that comes from, it's coming from university setting, it's coming from scholarship, it's coming from, the ritual is hard work. It requires you to have different languages. It requires you, Faustus tries the occult because he's mastered every other art, every other science. So you've got that as your kind of archetypical Solomonic magical knowledge seeking scene, and contrast that with a play like The Witch of Edmonton, which is a really interesting play. It's very cool. And it's sad as well. It's about a woman who is treated awfully by her culture, and so she basically decides, well, if everyone's going to treat me like I'm a witch anyway, I might as well get some actual power out of it. So she does make the deal, and she gets a familiar called Dog, and he is basically everything that she emotionally needs. He's like a son at times, he's like a lover at times, he's just a best friend, and he is with her and protects her, and you can totally understand from the depiction of her why she does it, why she goes for it, and makes this bargain. It's like she's got nothing else to lose, and she's just got somebody now. And again, spoiler alert, but at the end of the play, it's really sad because Dog comes to her and she's been arrested and she's going to be executed, and she says, "Can you help me get out of this?" And he says, "No, sorry, this is it. This is what this was all heading towards. Like, I was never really under your control. I am, I'm a demon. What did you expect?" And he's changed colour as well. He's a black dog for most of the play, and he comes to her washed white as like a kind of death omen. It's very interesting. And there's a really good RSC production. You can go and look at some photos of that. And Eileen Atkins was playing the witch. And that's kind of, if you think about the difference between how they appeared on stage, those are two quite good archetypes for showing you the difference. But again, with Faustus, there's some caveats to that. There's some caveats to whether or not Faustus is obeying the rules of a Solomonic conjurer, especially later in the play, when he basically starts to look for shortcuts, which will mean that he doesn't have to do the complicated rituals every time. But that early scene when he first conjures, that's the kind of archetypical magical knowledge seeker. And then your Witch of Edmonton is your archetypical witch on stage. So yeah. Does that answer the question?
Oh, yes. Thank you. That was very elucidating, because you're right. Sometimes you might go to a play or read a play, and just being aware of those dynamics really helped me understand all of the intricacies and the subtleties, and you can kind of put it in context, which we will get to, by the way, because when you analyze a little bit later, when we get to, for instance, the Tempest or Macbeth, you actually have a three-tiered system about how to categorize these plays, which I found absolutely fascinating. So we will certainly get there. But before we do, Dr. King, to your very point, we have a listener question for you from Wilma Mornier, who is asking and saying, yet again, another great scholar joins Glitch Bottle. I'm so elated. Wilma, totally agree with you. I'm just delving into Dr. King's thesis, but I'm wondering if she can share. How did early modern theater under Queen Elizabeth portray Solomonic exceptionalism on stage versus King James I? What are the similarities and differences? Wilma says, I know this is a huge topic that she devotes much attention to in her thesis, but I'm curious if she can give me some touch points on these two powerful monarchs. Thank ye, Wilma says. So yeah. I know this is gigantic. This is a huge topic. You devote so much. I think it's chapters 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 of your thesis to this exact same thing. So we will, of course, link to your thesis for those who I certainly will encourage. First, you need to subscribe to Dr. King on Substack. Then you need to read Dr. King's thesis. But what are some of these broad strokes? Like, what is going on here with these two powerful monarchs?
Yeah, it's a great question. And like you say, it's kind of at the heart of the thesis. My thesis sort of in the middle of the thesis in between. So there's chapters 1 and 2, which mostly focus on Elizabethan theatre. And then there's this huge shift that happens between chapters 2 and 3, as you say, and we suddenly get James. And James is doing something very, very different with the Solomonic set of associations. So broadly speaking, because we started off with Sapientia Solomonis, which is this Latin play, a play translated from Latin, which is put on in the court of Elizabeth for her, royal visitors, and it's very much saying here is a monarch who is Solomonic, and it's Elizabeth. And so we do see Solomon used in royal propaganda early on, but it's not as clear cut with Elizabeth that she is always Solomon. So Elizabeth obviously is a female monarch. She has to pull from slightly different biblical sources. All monarchs in the early modern period, all the way back to Wars of the Roses and before, try to create iconography to cherry pick, historical figures, biblical figures that they particularly like and want to be painted as and wanted to be associated with. And Elizabeth doesn't fully associate herself with Solomon. That play is a good example of when it does happen that way, but it didn't exactly catch on. It wasn't, for the next sort of the final however many years of her reign, you don't get many other examples of Elizabeth being Solomon. Again, there's other figures that are slightly better placed to be her. Deborah from the Old Testament, some other Old Testament queens. So when you have Solomon on stage in the Elizabethan period, it's not necessarily always royal propaganda. Like a good example of this is the George Peele play I mentioned, where Solomon appears as a boy at the end of the story, and he's sort of the promised heir and the future of the country. That's not really a good match for the then older Queen Elizabeth, the childless woman, who hasn't provided an heir for the country, and that's a big problem in the late Elizabethan period. So So what's happening with Solomon on stage, that Solomonic moment that we've talked about, where there's all this exciting stuff happening, the theatres are bigger, they've got more resources, Faustus is a big hit, drawing on what Scott's been writing, you've got this influx of plays and this kind of this vogue, this fashion for magicians. It's sort of happening independently from royal propaganda. It's not really a one-for-one. Solomon is Elizabeth, or Solomonic magicians are in some way connected with Elizabeth. I think the closest you get to that is the patriotic element of magicians trying to make Britain great again. It's a bit to put it like that. It's a bit on the nose. It's a bit, Britain's better than, or our island is better than everybody else, and we're going to build a wall around the island. So you've got that going on, but you don't get the same personal associations. But then when James comes to the throne, he is absolutely already up in Scotland, where he'd already been king. He's already been associating himself with Solomon. And so now when playwrights do all the stuff that they've been doing before with magicians and with Solomonic exceptionalism, they are having to renegotiate that in the context of a king who's doing a lot with Solomon for his royal propaganda. So I would say that in broad strokes, to answer Wilma's question, I think that's what's going on. It's not in the Elizabethan phase. It's that this is just a new cool thing that we can do on stage, and there's a lot going on, and we're really interested in magic, but not because of Elizabeth. In the James the Jacobean period, you have this shift where we're interested in magic, we're interested in what magic can do, but we're also now interested even more so in how magical authority might provide exceptional figures who can do things that other men can't do, and we're thinking more and more of our king as we negotiate those sorts of dynamics. Does that make sense?
Oh my goodness, yes. And sticking with the Elizabethan aspect as well, that's so fascinating, Dr. King, your point that Elizabeth didn't really identify as fully, or really identify with the kind of Solomonic attributes, but it's so fascinating to me that while, in the 1590s, in the year 1600, Elizabeth, though, is her court astrologer and spy, and someone who coined the phrase the British Empire, and someone who literally forged a system of angelic invocatory procedures from previous grimoires, the great Dr. John Dee, who, literally with Scryer Edward Kelly, just volumes and volumes of angelic scrying recordings. So it seems, Dr. King, that it's interesting that even in the highest levels of the monarchy, you had people like Dr. Dee who were actually performing magical experiments. This is obviously right around the time, or a little bit before, of when Discovery of Witchcraft came out. Can you just share a little bit about how you see that it's certainly not a contradiction, but just that there's all this skepticism, there's Reginald Scott, but yet here's Dr. Dee and all these experiments, seeing it as a science. It's just interesting.
Yeah, well, this is why this appeal to a figure like Solomon is so vital, because you can see that whether or not you buy into Solomonic exceptionalism is the difference between whether or not you think you should condemn somebody like John Dee. If you agree with him that he is just a Christian scholar who is experimenting with things that no Christian scholar has ever done before, and that he's a wise figure who is, and if you think about how much grimoires emphasize morality, actually, and virtue, you're supposed to be virtuous to do these experiments well. Sometimes you're supposed to abstain from sex and from, eating and all sorts of things. You're meant to kind of purify yourself before you go into this ritual. I mean, all of that is contributing to this idea that that these men view themselves as, they're not, that they don't see themselves as being kind of muddied by their association with anything demonic or otherworldly, right? They are totally in control, like Solomon was in the Testament of Solomon. So yeah, but if you don't, for any reason you don't buy into that, John Dee is a very dangerous figure, because he's somebody who is, at best, I think Scott would say, he's wasting his time. But at worst, he's doing really dangerous experiments with forces that can only cause harm. And that actually, a big feature of the the skeptical place is the idea of hubris, that men like Faustus and maybe John Dee in the real world thought that they could commune safely with these spirits, which were only pretending. And Mephistopheles actually says this to Faustus, you know, I didn't come because you called me, I came because I wanted to. And I'm in control, not you. So yeah, it's very pertinent. I guess enough men and women in positions of power in England must have been intrigued by the propositions that Dee was making, and must have given him a pass and accepted his claims of exceptionalism, that he was more or less safe. But then, as I said earlier, he writes to James, this new, very superstitious king who's very worried about experiments with magic. He writes to him and says, you know, you don't think I'm bad, do you? You know, this isn't going to affect me and my experimentations. So it's very pertinent for him. And his library gets burned down. So there must have been a kind of a mob mentality amongst people. I mean, there's all sorts of fun stories about him that were clearly told by people for whom he was the magician in the big scary house. So yeah, it's it's a dangerous business being a magician.
Yes, indeed. And to your point, I look forward in a little bit kind of contrasting on stage the kind of like, you know, Faustian magician versus Prospero, who we can certainly get to, which is just a fascinating thing that you trace out in your thesis, Dr. King. And you mentioned, of course, James I, and exactly this kind of more strong identification coming to the throne. Oh gosh, 1603, 1604, somewhere around there. And you mentioned exactly that he had a, quote, a personal, so in contrast to Queen Elizabeth, James I has a personal identification with Solomon and fascination with the dangers of magic, you say, which revitalized the trope, unquote, of Solomonic exceptionalism. So when it comes to Jacobean Solomonic connections, in addition to what you've just shared, what are some of those key things, those key differentiators that either theater goers or the aristocracy or James I, and of course we'll get to his book that you mentioned regarding magic, but yeah, what are some of the broad strokes with Jacobean times?
Yes. So James arrives in England and he's already been a king. He was the king of Scotland first. And as a boy in a lot of the civic pageantry, you know, whenever he entered the city to do some big ceremony, like when he became king and when he married his wife, who was Danish, another Danish connection, you have civil pageantry that's making him Solomon. So he's often depicted as, starts off as the boy king, that wise boy who's going to become the greatest ruler, David's son, who's going to fulfill some of the things that his father wasn't able to do. So he's already, even as a very young man, been associated with Solomon, and this seems to really appeal to him. He likes the figure of Solomon, and he makes that the king that he will most associate himself with from biblical history. He had also been very worried about about attempts on his life supposedly made by witches. He had been going off to Denmark to bring back his new wife, and there'd been some terrible storms, and he becomes convinced that witches in Scotland had been employed or of their own accord had decided to wreck his ship. And so he really believes personally that he is under attack from dangerous supernatural forces, and he presides over a series of witch trials in Scotland, which were very well documented. And there's all sorts of interesting pamphlets and woodcuts depicting James as a judge. So if we go all the way back to Solomon as judge, there's this interesting woodcut from, I think, the North Berwick witch trials, where James is standing over three women. You have the judge and you have James, and these three women who are witches, supposedly, being brought before him. And it's reminiscent of some of those images of the judgment of Solomon, where he's standing in judgment over the women who are arguing about the baby. And so you've got this idea that James has already seen himself as somebody who is in a position to be able to make wise judgments like Solomon. So he arrives in England with these kind of two things bubbling on, this association with Solomon in a very biblical sense, and also a fear of magic, which is fascinating because he's going to clash with the association that's begun to be drawn, certainly in the theatre, between Solomonic tropes and magic. The two things had become blended through all the things we've been talking about, and now here is a king who very much seems to want to keep the two separate. So that's what happens when James comes to the throne. We have a king. And also, if you think about what James is having to do when he arrives in England, it's been a long time since England had a king. And the last proper king was Henry VIII, because Edward, the sixth Henry's son, reigned for a very short period of time, was sickly and died young. So when Edward was alive, he was sometimes associated with Solomon, and then Henry was the David that came before him. But James kind of picks up on that, and he's also styling himself as the Solomonic successor to the great Henry VIII, who was the sort of the David that came before him, who never quite had a son who lived up to the Solomonic promise that David's son had in the Bible. So, and that becomes quite ironic later on when James's son is executed and loses the kingdom in the Civil War, because that is quite similar to what happens to Solomon's son after he dies. So there was a kind of a sting in the tail to James's association with Solomon, because he ended up having that Solomonic legacy that his son lost the kingdom.
So, Dr. King, you have been tracing out an excellent amount of history, context, and you've been hinting throughout the podcast about sources of magical work, and also perhaps some playwrights who have connections to actual historical grimoires or books of magic that detail ritual procedures. And after William Shakespeare, who of course we will get to, Ben Jonson is regarded as the second most, or definitely in the top three, most important English dramatists. And this was during the reign of James I, who you were just sharing about. And in chapter 3 of your thesis, you discuss an exciting connection, Dr. King, between Ben Jonson and the Sworn Book of Honorius grimoire, the Liber Juratus grimoire, which he had acquired, Ben Jonson, from Dr. John Dee. This is amazing and such a fascinating connection. What can you tell us about the connection betwixt these twain figures?
Yes. So this is really cool. So earlier on, I was saying that it's very difficult to make precise connections between something that's in a specific grimoire and something that appears in a particular play, and that most playwrights would have known about them either through Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, which is printed in detail by Scott. Thank you, Scott. But also by reputation. So you get a lot of grimoires, grimoire-like vocabulary and stage traffic, basically stage business. But yes, Ben Jonson is a real reader. He's very, all of the playwrights, of course, sort of been readers, but particularly Jonson's the kind of guy who likes to collect all sorts of interesting things. He's a proper scholar playwright, really. And I don't know how, I don't quite know how and why and under what circumstances, but he acquires from John Dee this particular grimoire, which obviously is in part a Solomonic grimoire. And it's a fascinating point of contact, because we know for certain that this was in Jonson's library. And even cooler, it's got his annotations, and he's written his motto, which I think it's Tanquam Explorator or something like that. It's like in the manner of a scout, which kind of meant, I go out seeking things in the manner of of an explorer. And he writes about, he makes notes on this grimoire. So, and that grimoire exists. It's in the British Library. You can go and have a look at it and hold it and know that it was in the hands of, one of the most significant playwrights and also one of the most important magicians of history. So yeah, it's there. It survives, and it's a tough little thing. It's got quite thick pages. It's not very big, and its writing's really tiny. My Latin isn't very good at all. I'm like Shakespeare. I have little Latin and less Greek, so I can't always go into the nuances of exactly what he's saying in his quotes. I'm waiting for there to be some of these grimoires, I'm waiting for there to be a really good translation, because I have had to sometimes work from some slightly dubious translations of Latin, and I have pulled away generally in my thesis from making too precise a comment on a particular grimoire detail and its association with a play for that reason. And I would love to, I know that there's some work being done digitizing some of the grimoires and translating them properly, and it'd be really exciting when that happens, because once that's happened and I've got a trustworthy edition, I can probably do some even more exciting stuff with this. But for now, it's probably enough to say that Johnson has, I think, more of a skeptical eye in general, and he's much more like Scott. He's much more interested in this grimoire because he thinks it's a fascinating bit of it. I think he seems to me to be somebody who's fascinated by the ideas and the propositions of this magic, but is not convinced that they are achievable. And certainly that lots of people who would attempt them without the requisite wisdom, and therefore make fools of themselves. And he's particularly interested in that because it makes a very good comic story. And so you get this wonderful play, The Alchemist. The Alchemist is an absolutely wonderful, it's brilliant. It's sometimes performed. It's one of the few Johnson plays that is actually often performed. And I'm just finding the bit in my thesis where I talk about it, just in case I need to refer to any of the quotes from it. But it's basically the story of some con men, a trio of con men, or two con men and one con woman, who decide to set themselves up as an alchemist's shop and trick various idiots into parting with their money in return for the promises of alchemy. So this is 1610. So we're very much into the reign of James. And it's got this figure in it called Mammon, so Epicure Mammon, who is a sort of, he's a really funny character. He's sort of awful. He's this really stupid, rich idiot who, well, he's this guy who's greedy and he's lascivious and he's just the worst. And he sees himself as a Solomonic exception, and he speaks much more specifically than almost any character has done so far on the early modern stage about the detail of what grimoires promised. And he is the only character who says by name that Solomon is a magical figure. So in all the other plays, we had Solomonic tropes, or we had Solomon as a biblical character. And it's a little bit, it almost feels like that the playwrights are a bit worried still about putting the name of Solomon in the mouth of the magician. Solomon is there, but he's there if you know to look for him. Going back to why other scholars haven't noticed this connection before. But Mammon is the exception, because he does say 3 times he mentions Solomon. And he talks about how he's going to outdo Solomon. You know, Solomon took a year and a day to find the Philosopher's Stone. I'm going to get it done in a month. I'm going to get it done much quicker. So he's clearly a figure of fun. And Johnson's parody depends, I think, upon his closeness to the grimoire materials. It's a really exciting moment where we can say, this book was owned by this playwright, and we can tell that he is pulling from a Solomonic grimoire source and making fun of men who thought that they could produce magic in this way. And one of the funny things about Mammon, for anyone who is familiar with the difficulties of Solomonic ritual and magic, and some people listening might have even tried it for themselves, but you'll know that it's really hard. You are supposed to do all these things that are not particularly fun. It takes a long time. You've got to get everything right. And Mammon is funny in part because he delegates all of those things to the alchemists, to the con men, and he basically says, yeah, you go and do all the abstaining from sex and all the, I'm going to just carry on, and I'm going to pay you to do the hard part for me and to discover these things for me. And he sort of fully expects that once they'll hand over their, the profits of it all to him. He's just an idiot, basically. So that's The Alchemist, and it's our most kind of on the nose depiction and parody of Solomonic magic on the early modern stage.
I was totally unaware of this specific tributary that was kind of meandering its way through history. It's something you touched on at the beginning of the podcast, which is this character of Marcolph. And yes. Right, many Solomonic grimoires, of course, as you pointed out far better than I could, discussed the ability for a magician to work with a familiar or a servient spirit, or sometimes by successfully manipulating an infernal command structure, this spirit gives really good familiars, or this spirit gives just okay familiars. Like the grimoires are very, very interesting in how they describe it. But you mentioned that this familiar concept, having a familiar spirit, it's reflected on stage in the play Sapientia Solomonis, as you shared about, in the character of Marcolph. So who is Marcolph, if I'm even pronouncing that correctly? And you say that Marcolph comes from this Old English tradition. So can you share with us about this tradition and all about the character? What's going on here?
Yeah, nobody's ever heard of Marcolph, which is a shame because I really love him. He's really good fun. Although he survives in other forms. If I describe him, you'll probably be thinking of stories that where there's a character like this. So he's really an archetype that you'll recognize, but the name has faded from knowledge. But yes, so basically in the Old English period, there is a real fashion for riddles. One of the types of text that tends to survive from the Old English era is riddle texts. So you have usually a character who's doing the riddles and a character who's answering them. And Solomon, for obvious reasons, because he's the wisest of all kings, is often the figure who's giving the riddles. And he is sometimes paired with this a pagan ruler, as he's described, who is I don't know if he's based on a real person, actually. I don't think so. He's sometimes referred to as Saturn, but it's not the god Saturn. I think he's Saturnine or Saturninus or something like this. I'm just grabbing this moment in my thesis to make sure I'm getting it right. Solomon and Saturn. And so it starts off as being this pairing between a Christian monarch and a pagan monarch, and the Christian monarch is able to basically explain his wisdom to this other person. And it's just, again, like in a lot of the magical texts we've discussed, it's about hierarchies between who has the insights and who doesn't have the insights, and which culture is superior to other cultures, and so on and so forth. Chaldean, that's it. He's a Chaldean prince. Just checked my thesis. So we get that. That's the original riddling text that features Solomon. It's just this kind of these two kings, and one of them is wiser than the other one. And then this weird fun thing happens over time, which is that people start to replace Saturn with a figure called Marcolph, who is English. He is lower class. He's kind of a servant character. He's sort of a peasant, for want of a better word. And he is now the person who responds to Solomon's prompts. But this time, he's in some ways able to outwit Solomon. So this is somebody whose job is to take what Solomon has said and turn it around in a way that is deliberately provocative or sometimes offensive. He's a sort of like... he's kind of irritating on purpose, and his job is to turn the riddles into puns, to have a punny answer to the riddle. And so now you've got two different kinds of intelligence pitted against one another. You have conventional wisdom, and you have a sort of like common sense wit, and that pairing of the two of them together survives. Solomon and Marcolph become this partnership in the Old English imagination. And again, it's all about the nature of intelligence. It's all about the nature of who has what kind of insights and abilities. And it's quite fun for people who are themselves from a more ordinary background, because you get to see somebody answering back to the king. And basically, this is the fool tradition. This is like the jester or the fool at court. And if you're thinking about King Lear here, that's right. I mentioned briefly in my thesis the role of the fool in Lear as a Marcolph looking for a Solomon. He's got a king, but his king isn't being wise. And in fact, the opening scene of King Lear, where King Lear divides a kingdom up between his daughters, is a kind of topsy-turvy version of Solomon keeping the baby intact after threatening to cut it in two for two women, the Judgment of Solomon scene. So we've got Lear as a king who is failing to be Solomonic. And I suggest that part of the reason that the fool leaves King Lear is that he's a Marcolph without a Solomon. He has the wit and the riddling kind of provocative nature, but he doesn't have the Solomonic wisdom to balance him out, and so he disappears. So this interesting off-stage vanishing of the fool, which has often been commented on. So anyway, the main point for us really here is that sometimes the Marcolph figure becomes a spirit or a demon. And if you think about the Testament, if you think about lots of grimoires where you have a dialogue between a magician and a familiar, and that same dynamic is often there, that you have this kind of troublemaking, cheeky, this figure who isn't necessarily, who's a little bit set aside or apart from ordinary human systems of hierarchy, and seems to be able to answer back in a way that would get somebody else executed, right? The fool has a special license, Marcolph has a special privilege, and these infernal spirits are kind of by their nature difficult, but Solomon allows them to be as long as they do what he says. So the dynamic between Solomon and Marcolph is mapped onto the dynamic between a magician and his familiar, and a successful magician will be able to retain the services and the respect of his Marcolphian counterpart, whether he is a supernatural or natural. But an unsuccessful Solomonic figure will lose the respect of everyone around him, and also lose control of any other kind of power that he might have. So that's why Marcolph's so important. And Marcolph appears as a character as Sapientia Solomonis. So he's there, and he's one of the things that is reached for to flesh out the biblical story. He's not mentioned in the Bible. And he appears and he does all his typical things. He's quite misogynistic, so he's always making fun of women. He's just cantankerous towards everybody, really. He's comically misanthropic. He pesters people who are doing jobs for Solomon, and he says to one of the women in the baby scene, the Judgment of Solomon scene, as it happens in that 1565 play, he makes a joke about the fact that that baby can't be of your blood. She says, it's of my blood, and it can't be of your blood because there's no blood in it, because it's dead. One of the babies is dead. So he's sort of making a dead baby joke. It's really horrible. So, but that's an example of him quibbling with language, right? He's saying, and this is actually, this happens in Merchant of Venice as well, this idea of someone who's witty and can quibble with the detail of language. That's a very Marcolphian joke, that a pun on, this baby's got no blood in it, so it can't be either of your blood. So again, if you think of demons quibbling with the language, getting your language precise so that the demon can't undo it through a little bit of legalese, is also related to the Marcolphian dynamic. It's a way of proving that to be truly Solomonic, you are wise enough to keep your Marcolphs in check.
That's right. Lock up your Marcolphs and keep them. So something you trace, Dr. King, in your thesis? Some listeners might be wondering, did this Marcolphian strain peter out? Did it transform? Was it only in a handful of plays and then it just kind of wasn't mentioned anymore? Did it get transmuted in the 1600s and 1700s into something else? What happened? What was the apex or the change that happened with Marcolph?
Really good question. It's tied to what's happening with monarchy, really. And obviously in the 17th century, what happens, we have this huge wound, this huge wound of the Civil War. The English Civil War happens in the mid 17th century, and we commit regicide. We execute a king, which would have been unthinkable even in the reign of his father. I mean, it's an astonishing thing that happens. There are so many the end of the world is nigh sects that spring up at this time, because it really felt like that. It felt like this was the world turned upside down, brothers against brothers, households against households, England tearing itself apart, England killing its king. I mean, so there's a huge disruption that happens to everything that we've been talking about to do with the depiction of monarchy, the propaganda machine. There's a lot of the work that Charles II has to do to shape his iconography is very different post Civil War, post interregnum, and there's a big kind of disruption of lots of things that had been bubbling over, and theatre stops because Cromwell bans theatre, so theatres are closed from 1642 to about 1660. So we have this big gap in the theatrical tradition. Of course, actors are going around doing what we call drolls, which are little kind of subversive pantomime type performances that would be done in pubs and things like that, but proper theatres can't exist during that period. And so it's partly that. And if you think of in the real world, I mean, in the conclusion of my thesis, I talk a little bit about some of the real fools who were associated with like the fools of James's court, and what happened to them. And they kind of go off into retirement and vanish away. And I sort of map the fading away of the Marcolphian type onto what literally happened to the real king's fools who had that license in real life to poke fun at the monarch. You know, that all of that kind of goes away once your monarchy has been disrupted. And there's a lot of skepticism about hierarchies of power. And there's a lot of skepticism about the idea that some men are born to be leaders and to be authoritative, and that God has ordained this person to be king. All of that is totally thrown into question. So you get your Marcolph fades away a little bit, and then when the monarchy is restored, he doesn't come back in quite the same way. So, but wherever you see a fool-like character, whenever you see a figure who has a license to speak truth to power in a way that's a bit misanthropic, a bit cynical, a bit grumpy, you've got your Marcolph. I mean, the modern comedian is a descendant of the fool in court, right? And so the character type, the principle's never really gone away. It's for scholars of the 18th century and 19th century to take the baton on and tell me what happens to Marcolph a little later on. But there are some really significant practical reasons as to why all of these traditions become disrupted in the 17th century.
Dr. King, too, one of the things that you've touched on earlier in the podcast, and I'd love for you to fully kind of blossom this out, is regarding Faustus and the Solomonic Moment. You've touched on the fact that, Faustus kind of represented this, I've conquered all science, I've learned everything, I'm going to dabble in the occult and legalese and, Mephistopheles and certain elements there. What else would you like listeners to know, Dr. King, about Faustus, about Marlowe, and specifically about the Solomonically exceptional elements that are found in Faustus? Anything else that you'd like to share?
Yes. There's loads to say about Faustus. It's a richly Solomonic play. And I mentioned before that it's not until The Alchemist in 1610 that we get that very explicit on the nose, this man thinks he's like Solomon and the magical Solomon because of Johnson and his connection to the grimoire. But actually, Dr. Faustus mentions the Queen of Sheba in relation to Faustus, which is almost saying, Solomon, Faustus is to be considered a Solomonic figure, right? Because it talks about, Mephistopheles says, I can bring you any woman that you want. I can bring, if she's as chaste as Penelope, as wise as Saba, which is Sheba, or as bright as was fair Lucifer before his fall, or something like that. I can't remember. I'm paraphrasing possibly from memory, but he offers him these the most beautiful, brilliant women, and one of them is Sheba. And there's another point in the play later on where he mentions fetching him fruit from Sheba. So there have been a couple of essays. This is one of the exceptions to the general rule that scholars haven't noticed these tropes, because there are 2 essays that do talk about the references to Sheba in Dr. Faustus, and one of them is particularly interested in the colonial aspects of that association, because he's looking at Faustus as a conquering monarch-type magician, and the authority that Mephistopheles gives him over other countries and cultures. He talks about Solomon as one of the sort of colonial archetypes that the play is reaching for. And I think that is, that's either Tate, is it Tate, William Tate's? Let's have a look. Yeah, Solomon, Gender and Empire is the essay. So have a look at that if you're interested, again, in that connection between magicians and empire building, which you've already mentioned, links us to John Dee as well with his concept, his coinage of the term British Empire. But yeah, so there's loads of stuff. There is an obvious, basically there's obviously, and other scholars have noticed it, there are allusions to the Solomon myth in the story of Faustus. What I have done is kind of pile all of those little moments people have noticed together and talk about the through line of how the whole play is telling us a Solomonic story, or is putting to test the idea of Solomonic exceptionalism. And what's interesting about the play is that it's on the whole skeptical, but there is a little window, which we might come back to later, a little window of possibility that Solomonic exceptionalism is still possible. one of the key things about Faustus is that he does the Solomonic ritual properly the first time, and then he does a really stupid thing. Then he goes and signs a contract, a blood contract, with the devil in return for the services of Mephistopheles just on demand, which is silly because there's a kind of it's very ambiguous in the play as to whether or not, if he hadn't done that, he could have continued to conjure and use Mephistopheles safely. But yes, he's clearly impatient. He's clearly hubristic. He has these passages where he's talking about, being like a god. His is clearly a downfall story, and he's compared, the language is very reminiscent of passages in translations of the Metamorphoses that existed at the time, where Ovid is talking about, the Greek legends of characters like Icarus, who fell from a great height, and all the rest. So the idea of hubris is really important to the Faustus story, and it's mapped onto a kind of failure to be a Solomonic exception. Yeah.
That's so lovely. And we will get to, by the way, listeners, a little bit later when Dr. King will share the big differences between Faustus and Prospero. Prospero, ironically, being the Italian translation of the Latin Faustus, but setting aside, being able to do a ritual and set aside. So I think you'll really enjoy that. But before, Dr. King, we move on to the kind of specific passages and recitations, let's linger a little bit longer on Marlowe, if you will. We have a few listener questions for you. Two of them from Virginia. And the first from Virginia says, quote, "I am so excited for the upcoming episode with Dr. King. Would she be willing to talk about the group sometimes referred to as the, quote, School of Night or School of Atheists, which included Christopher Marlowe? Were they really a connected group in their time or just tied together by modern scholars?" So, Dr. King, what are your thoughts on that?
Great question, really interesting question, because this also opens up an interesting discussion about the kind of personalities and personal beliefs of playwrights. And I have generally tried to let the play lead my analysis rather than the other way around. I think, especially when you get to Shakespeare, there are so many scholars who I think get into tricky water by trying to be too biographical and say, well, we think we know this about Shakespeare, therefore this is a reference to this thing. And I like to let the substance, the story itself speak. And then if there is something biographically interesting about the text, to kind of add that on. So with Johnson's a great example of that. It's, here is a play that's very, very literate, very Solomonically literate, very grimoire literate. Oh, look, we know he had this grimoire. We can definitely say something profitable there. With Marlowe, in my thesis itself, I've pulled very much away from pronouncing on these sorts of questions, whether or not Marlowe was an atheist, whether or not Marlowe was part of a group of kind of scholarly writers who had these dark and interesting, fascinations. I think the School of Night wasn't used in the time. To my recollection, I don't think it's a term that comes from the period. I think it was used, maybe coined in quite early scholarship, so maybe early 20th century scholarship, I think. And typically speaking, as modern scholars, we are advised against citing things that were kind of pronounced upon in early 20th century scholarship, because so much historical stuff has been churned up since then. We're able to make much more precise decisions and choices about how we plot the biographies of these playwrights. So to my recollection, the School of Night was coined quite early on to describe a possible connection between that group of people, which at the time, I think there was a suspicion that they were atheists. There was a group of playwrights who were sort of suggested to be atheists, which was a scary accusation back then. Because, being an atheist it was like there was something really wrong with you if you're an atheist. Everybody was a Christian. You were maybe a Catholic, and that was a bit dangerous, or you were maybe a Calvinist and you had arguments with other Protestants. But nobody would go around calling themselves an atheist. Also because the Queen was the head of the Church of England. So, if you're against the Church of England, then, that potentially you're pronouncing against the Queen. So, I think I suppose what's really interesting about that is why we think that, why in maybe the early modern period, but certainly in more modern scholarship, why do we think of Marlowe as somebody who could have been part of a group of shady atheists? And I think possibly it is in part because he is so... It puts me in mind this of something I remember the director of The Omen saying, the film The Omen, just to tap into my love of horror films, that he said, if I believed in this stuff, I wouldn't be messing around with it. Because in The Omen, there are all these incantations and faked verses from the Book of Revelation, and there's a lot of 666 and very, very sort of satanic imagery, of course, because of what it's about. And it's interesting that the director has sort of admitted that I'm playing around with this stuff because I'm not as scared of it as I would be if I had a sincere belief. And I wonder whether that's partly why we think that Marlowe could have been an atheist, because his is the play that is so dripping with with occult stuff that people even at the time said that there was an extra devil running around when it was performed. So yeah, I guess that's my answer is I can see why people at the time and people today gossiped that was the case, but I have no idea. And there will be people who are Marlowe specific scholars who will have looked much more at the detail of his biography, who would be better able to make a judgment about whether or not he was an atheist and whether or not that group in any way existed. But I don't think they called themselves the School of Night at the time.
That's a wonderful context, Dr. King. And let me just say really quick, I appreciate so much when you just shared that you, as a scholar, and it's something I appreciate with Dr. Claire Fanger, Dr. Sophie Page, the really, really good scholars, yourself included, where you let the original plays, the manuscripts, the sources speak for themselves. You don't have this kind of presupposition that is then read back into the text. It's such a beautiful thing. It's a rejuvenating thing. It's relieving because you simply let the text speak for themselves. Is that usually kind of the goal in scholarship, or I have no idea how this works? Do some scholars have is there we're going to take this specific angle and read back in, or is it more of just try and let it speak for itself, or how does that work?
Well, this is very biased, but I think everybody should do it the way that I do it. Not because I think
Great.
the approach that I've taken because I think it's the best approach, of course. But I'm perfectly willing to hear the arguments made for other approaches, and I'm sure that great scholarship has been done by making an assumption and then working back from it. I think the whole Solomonic aspect of my thesis wasn't something I turned up expecting to study. I knew that I was interested in early modern beliefs about the occult and the unseen, the supernatural, and I knew that I wanted to write about magic on the early modern stage. But I kind of let the pre-existing scholarship suggest for me what I was going to look at. And like we've talked about this before, the connection that I'm making with the great work of these wonderful scholars who've translated grimoires, Peterson, and also the early, the medievalists who've been writing essays, Julian Berenaise. So when you're doing a PhD, you're trying to do the next step. You're trying to add to the sum total of human knowledge, and you want to look at what the kind of topsoil is at the moment, and what's the next step up. And so it was because I was reading all this stuff and going, okay, there's this. I can see a gap. I can see a gap here that I can fill in. And a PhD, although it is 3 years and it's a book, it actually isn't. You can't revolutionize the subject really within that time. Lots of PhDs that don't go well because their scope is too big, because they set out to do something that's enormous, like I'm going to prove that Shakespeare was a Catholic, and that's a really unwise thing to do. What you want is to be providing a really well researched filling in of a gap in our knowledge, and then other people can argue with you about whether or not you did it correctly. But So I guess I would say that it's always better to lead from sources up. The whole Solomonic thing happened. I came to it. I came up with the term Solomonic Exceptionalism to describe something that I had noticed. I kept noticing, as opposed to going in thinking, I think Solomon is really important and here's why. And now I'm going to find him. I'm going to read him into all these different texts. So I hope that that's what's happened.
Oh, absolutely. So it sounds like as a scholar, you find a pre-existing jewel, a pre-existing diamond of scholarship, and you say, here's a facet on this jewel that's slowly twisting in the firelight, and I think this needs to be etched out more. And you basically use that as then an ability to then add to that pre-existing jewel, but you're taking that facet, if you will, in a totally different direction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Well, we know that this is a really important thing about magic in the medieval period, and I can see all the bubbling theatricality in the grimoires, and all these scholars are saying it. I wonder what happens in the early modern period, and I know that the early modern period is massively defined by the explosion in theatre and the golden age of theatre. So I'm going to go see what happens, when these things come together in this period of history that I'm interested in. So yeah, that's the way around I've tried to do it.
Love it. And listeners, definitely check the links below, of course, to see Dr. King's Substack, which you should immediately check out, but also Dr. King's thesis, because exactly, it's so well written, and it's very, it takes you on a very coordinated, very logical explanation through times before the Solomonic moment, after the Solomonic moment, and then into the 1600s and 1700s even, when it comes to the emergence of the scientists, which we will get to a little bit later. Dr. King, as well, we have a follow-up listener question for you from Virginia, who is saying, on the topic of Marlowe, is it possible, Virginia says, that he was a magical practitioner? Was Dr. Faustus really condemning Solomonic magic, or rather pointing out the consequences of malpractice, offering a caution of hubris in magic? My apologies for not having read her full thesis yet. Virginia, it is a wonderful thesis. I know you love it. And Dr. King, to Virginia's question, I know you just shared that Faustus is dripping with all of this Solomonic, it's kind of in your face. Is there anything in addition to that you'd like to share about insights into Marlowe and what he could or, could not have been?
Yeah, so this question makes me think a little bit of something. I don't know if I can't remember if I ended up including this in my thesis, actually. So maybe you can remember, Alex, because you've read it more recently than I have. But I think there's an interesting thing at the beginning of Faustus, where in the prologue, when we hear the story, what the story is going to be, it very deliberately mentions that Faustus is of low stock. He's of base lineage. He's not from a posh background. And on the one hand, we might, as modern people, think, oh, great, he's a bright kid from a poor background who fights his way up through all the different academic disciplines, who's brilliant, and then he makes this mistake and he goes too far. But I wondered when I was reading it about whether or not there's a bit of early modern classism going on there, and whether because Marlowe was a Cambridge boy, he wasn't from a very poor background. And there's still a theatre society that I was part of when I was at Cambridge called the Marlowe Society. And I wonder whether there's a slight suggestion that the reason that Faustus does the stupid thing and stops doing the difficult rituals and just makes signs a contract, is because he's on some level lacks the wisdom that a proper scholar would have, somebody who was from the right kind of background, and that maybe there's a slight kind of glancing suggestion that was why Faustus was fundamentally on some level unfit to try to be a Solomon. So I think you're absolutely right, Virginia, that there is this gap. There is a little. Faustus is not a play that entirely shuts the door on the possibility of Solomonic exceptionalism, although it does suggest that scholars who attempt it are very vulnerable to hubris. But I wonder whether the vulnerability that Faustus has is Marlowe's kind of suggesting that it's exacerbated by the fact that he wasn't really from the right stock. So we maybe don't want to think of Marlowe as someone who was like that, but it's a more of an early modern attitude towards people and their places in life, right? That if you believe in natural hierarchy and that, men are born here and women are born here and kings are born to do this and, lower class people are born to do this, then it feels a bit less prejudiced and more of a kind of an observation of the world from that perspective. That of course some people are born smart into the lower classes, but maybe they shouldn't be allowed to go and study at university because they ultimately, even if they are clever, they will lack something of the restraint that proper scholars should have. There is, of course, the presence in the play of Cornelius and Valdez, who are the magicians who give him the knowledge of how to do these conjurations. And so, perhaps they are more securely Solomonic exceptions who are doing it properly. Yeah.
No, that is so fascinating. And you're right to your point about, potentially nodding in the direction of classism or like knowing your place. And I'm thinking, this is Marlowe, and I was going to ask you, but I had to look this up. That Marlowe had been twice involved in violent street fights, right? He was a brawler.
Yeah, that's how he died. That's how he died.
So
yes,
so, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it's hard, but it's hard to, because again, then there's that thing of, okay, well, is this Marlowe talking, or is this the play talking? Is this Marlowe pitching the play? Is he expressing an idea? Is the prologue expressing an idea that Marlowe doesn't necessarily hold? So again, it's like, that's why I tend to try to pull away from making too precise a biographical point. Like, this is what the play is hinting at, a classist explanation, but maybe Marlowe didn't personally feel that way. I mean, I write plays sometimes where I've got characters who express views that I very much don't hold. And so every now and again, I'm just reminded of how irritating it would be if someone in the future said, oh, well, Rebekah clearly thought this, because she's written it here in this character's mouth.
Right, exactly. Which renders it totally useless with something like Shakespeare, because there's an infinite variety of personalities. It's like, well, who really is, Shakespeare?
Yeah.
When it comes to plays, you quote so many. And so when it comes to Faustus, it would be so excellent to hear you recite just a passage or two. And are there any specific passages that come to mind where it talks about Faustus and the role of the magician? I'll open it up.
Yeah, well, the key one from early on in the play, which is often cited, is the one, and just keep an eye out for any extra devils appearing as I recite Faustus. It says, so this is Faustus speaking, and he says, these metaphysics of magicians and necromantic books are heavenly. Lines, circles, signs, letters, and characters, these are those that Faustus most desires. All things that move between the quiet poles shall be at my command. Emperors and kings are obeyed in their several provinces, nor can they raise the wind or rend the clouds, but his dominion that exceeds in this stretcheth as far as doth the might of man. A sound magician is a mighty god. And for an early modern audience, that's oh dear, Faustus, that's a very dangerous thing to say. So just to go back over that again, the metaphysics of magicians and necromantic books are heavenly. This is all about contrasts. It's necromantic books are heavenly. I mean, even for a modern audience, this sounds quite strong, but for an early modern audience, these are really scary lines that he's saying. How dare you use the word heavenly to describe a necromantic book? This is like proper, dangerous, frightening magic. And here is somebody comparing it to almost a biblical text. And then earlier when I said that people knew of the grimoires by reputation, if not specifics, this is a good example of what I mean, where Faustus describes the lines, circles, signs, letters, and characters. This is what an early modern audience would have known about. They would have understood. They would maybe even have seen, depictions on stage or depictions in artwork, in woodcuts of what grimoire content sort of roughly looked like, even if they hadn't seen a proper grimoire. So again, it's just to people from the outside, lines, circles, signs, letters, and characters. That's what you would have understood to have been inside these books. And again, think back to that parallel with Catholic rites and rituals, how in Catholicism, ordinary people were kept out of the detail of the ritual and had to listen in Latin, not fully understanding. This is a similar thing. It's people, this is the kind of half remembered somewhat understood sense of what is basically going on in these texts without someone having actually sat down, the audience having sat down and probably read these texts more precisely. And then, all things that move between the quiet poles shall be at my command. So now we've got this association with conquest, with empire, magic as a means of expanding your country's power, but also making you like a king, better than a king, like a god. Stretches as far as doth the might of man. A sound magician is a mighty god. That's a very famous line. A sound magician is a mighty god. And very, very much there. That's the Icarus moment, or the Phaethon moment, or whichever Greek hero you want to pick, or Greek fool, who falls from a great height because he tries to, the Bellerophon, he tries to ride up towards Olympus. This is that moment when you hear in Faustus his fatal flaw, which is his hubris. That's a really wonderful passage. There's some other great passages from it as well. And he talks about later on about Jehovah's name, forward and backward, anagrammatized in a circle. So again, this is that basic understanding of what grimoires contain, the abbreviated names of saints, holy saints, characters of signs and erring stars. And then when he says, then fear not, Faustus, but be resolute and try the utmost magic can perform. Again, that connection between performance and ritual, theatre and ritual. Faustus is saying to himself and to the audience, I'm going to do a really good performance here. And remember that this is an actor telling an audience, I'm about to do a really good performance. So there's this wonderful meta-theatrical awareness of acting within acting. And in a way, we talk sometimes in early modern theatre about plays within plays. Famously in Hamlet, there's a play within a play. I would argue that conjurations are always plays within plays, because it's always about a performance happening conspicuously within the context of a bigger drama. So this is our performer about to, in the same way that Hamlet goes to the actors and says, be careful to pronounce your lines properly. And he talks to the actors and tells them how they should perform. This is Faustus beginning to prepare himself to perform a ritual convincingly. There you go.
You also talk about another procedure, in addition to the Faust play, Dr. King, that many listeners are familiar with, which is reflected in many grimoires, the binding and interrogation steps of the quote-unquote Solomonic method that's been detailed. And so on page 88 and 103 of your thesis, I believe, you share about how the character of the magician Dunstan in the 1592 play A Knack to Know a Knave, another great title, it provides a Solomonic magician who belongs entirely to the cluster of plays in which such exceptionalism, Solomonic exceptionalism, proves legitimate, end quote. So could you perhaps share a little bit about this exchange in full regarding this play, A Knack to Know a Knave, and why is this such an important evidence for the connection between the grimoires and early modern drama?
Yeah, so this is a fun one. I like looking at plays that aren't very well studied because they are, you have a bit more freedom to set the scholarship, really. Like with Shakespeare, everything has been gone over and over and over again. But how many people have written about A Knack to Know a Knave? And it's partly because they're not always very good, which I also love. I think, just in the same way that people who love films often get a kick out of like watching The Room or, terrible, so bad it's good films. I quite like reading these terrible. This one's not so bad, but there are some real shockers that I mentioned in my thesis that are trying to mimic all the tropes that had just been really popular. They've just had this big success with Dr. Faustus. Quick, let's do a magician play, and it's dreadful. But you can see what kinds of ideas they're trying to go for, and therefore you can see what audiences were compelled by. So the bad plays teach you something too. So this is not, it's not a terrible play, but it's not one of the best early modern plays. But it's all to do with, Dunstan is a figure who is, I suggest he's a kind of Solomonic exception. He's advisor to a young king. So the king is very young and he's being helped. And Dunstan sort of performs the role of his father and also as a kind of Solomonic advisor. who is himself able to conjure demons, and it's a complicated plot. But the gist of it is that there's a moment in the play when he has this little performative exchange with the devil. So the devil says, "What wilt thou?" It's not very polite. It turns up and it's, ugh. They're always really irritated when they turn up, like, oh God, like there's this great bit in Faustus where Mephistopheles is being accidentally conjured by the clown characters, and he's like, "I came from the other side of the world." And it's obviously only been a few seconds, but for Mephistopheles, it's still like a really irritating. I've had to drop what I was doing. You idiots have summoned me. So we've got this kind of classic Marcolphian, again, that Marcolphian dynamic where you've got this slightly belligerent servant who is not afraid to speak back and could potentially outwit you and wriggle free from having to do the thing you're trying to get them to do. It goes all the way back to Testament of Solomon. So he says, what wilt thou? Like, what do you want? And Dunstan says, "Tell me what means the king." So he's asking for a piece of information. And the devil says, "I will not tell thee." So again, and then Dunstan says, so now this to me almost reads like it's like a little dance. It's like a little, it's almost just a ritual. I mean, it is a ritual that they're going through. This isn't a conversation that's happening in an entirely organic way. It's about the demon is doing a thing that demons always do. He's turning up, being belligerent, and he's going to make Dunstan just reassert his authority in order to secure his subservience. So then Dunstan does the thing that you have to do when the devil turns up and says, "I charge thee by the eternal living God that keeps the Prince of Darkness bound in chains, and by that Son that thou wouldst gladly see by heaven and earth and every living thing, tell me that which I did demand of thee." So you can, again, think of it like a performer, a good performer, a good actor. Think of the actor in that moment kind of switching from a more casual style to sort of, right, okay, I'm going to puff out my chest. Right, okay, I'm going to project I'm going to do the invocation. I'm going to put on my invocation voice. "I charge thee," right, come on, listen to me. It's like, when your dog, people say with your dog, you have to use your, affirmative, what is it, your particular voice you're supposed to use when your dog's not listening to you. Right, come on. So you can hear Dunstan and the actor playing Dunstan switching modes in that moment and giving that little moment of the assertion of his authority. So that the devil then says, "Right, then thus, the king doth mean to murder Ethan," and then we get the information. So we get the information that Dunstan was originally asking, but there has to be this little exchange between them, and you get the sense that sort of happens every time. Yeah, there you go. So that's a lovely little moment of, and you can, if you've read the Testament of Solomon, it's almost precisely what happens when a devil appears in, a spirit appears in the Testament of Solomon too.
Oh my gosh, yes. This is so great, because as you're describing this and reciting this exchange, your Testament of Solomon, there's the Heptameron, there are so many of these grimoiric rituals that talk about when the spirits first show up. They're not placid, they're not peaceful, there's not a gentle little curtain of serenity that's pouring outside the circle and beautiful starlight. No, they're very belligerent, and I love that commemoration of authority that you shared with Dunstan saying that, and the commemoration of specific nomina magica and the use of specific names. Oh, it's so great, Dr. King, and it's so yes, please.
It's just that, we've sort of touched on it a little bit, but in terms of the actors, so this is something that, again, I absolutely love because it's connected to theatrical, the traffic, as we sometimes call it, of the stage, the business of what happens on stage. Think about the fact that you had famous actors sort of for the first time in this period, actors whose job it was to be an actor. They called it player in those days, a player. And to be a good player, you would be an expert in, some of them were more typecast than others. There were people who were very famous for being comic roles, who would have been really witty, who would have played the Marcolphian roles. And another way of tracing tropes is sometimes tracing the career of a particular actor. So one of the things that's happening in the Solomonic moment of the late 1580s and 90s is that we have this actor called Edward Allen, who's really good at speeches and has a very strong commanding presence. I kind of maybe imagine him like a Jeremy Irons type. he's got like a real voice, and he often plays kings. Marlowe uses him a lot. He plays a lot of the magicians. He plays he possibly played Friar Bacon as well as Faustus. So if you think of a role like Dunstan as not just being written around a kind of theatrical type, but also being written very particularly around the skill set of a particular type of actor, your speech making actor, everyone shut up and listen, he's saying something kind of actor. And so that's really important too, that it's often the same person playing these different roles, which is also helping to it's kind of a feedback loop with the tropes themselves, which ones become solidified. And then when Edward Allen goes into retirement, that's part of the reason towards the end of Elizabeth's reign that we have a dip in the number of Solomonic plays. And then we get Richard Burbage, who is the big actor who's playing all the big roles in Shakespeare's later plays, and he is the one that then becomes that we think played Prospero. So you need a really good actor, and some of these plays are vehicles for actors to do great performances off one another, like the Magician Duel plays are in part two great actors who can really do speeches showing off that they can outperform each other. And there's a very funny, very bad play called John a Kent, John a Cumber, which one scholar brilliantly compared with the film Face Off, where Nicolas Cage and John Travolta play each other, where they're doing an impression of each other. And I can't remember the name of the person who wrote that article. It's brilliant. You should go and read it. He makes this point that that only works if the audience knows the performance style of two very distinctive actors. And he suggests that the play John a Kent, John a Cumber, where two magicians are each other, they take each other's appearance. So the same actor is playing both characters is kind of like that. And actually there's going back to Jeremy Irons, there's a really funny moment in the Hollow Crown adaptation of Henry IV Part 1, where Tom Hiddleston, who's playing Hal, does an impression of his father, the king, who's played by Jeremy Irons, and it's Tom Hiddleston doing a very good impression of Jeremy Irons. So you've got to think about that as well, that there are these particular performance styles that are recognisably now becoming the style of the magician, and different magicians have slightly different ways of speechifying. But we understand by this point in time that a sound magician is a mighty actor.
So Dr. King, given this rich context that you're sharing with us, which is just so lovely, as this is going on stage, in the Jacobean period, as you mentioned, when King James took the throne, King James had such a strong affinity and wanted to identify so strongly with Solomon. You mentioned that there was a phrase. So while all this is going on stage, publicly, the phrase "our Solomon," quote unquote, became synonymous with King James I. Can you just share a little bit about this phrase, "our Solomon," and maybe a little more about how the public reception of not only everything going on stage, but just King James as Solomon? How was that received? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is partly a kind of, royal propaganda machine kicking into action. And it's somewhat enforced by this top-down, like, we are all going to call James our Solomon. He wants to think of himself as Solomon. And so it's partly that. It's not an entirely organic thing that ordinary people are calling him. It's very much James having to assert himself as the wise male monarch who's coming to take over, who's he's coming from Scotland and he's got a funny accent that most people in London hadn't heard before. Yes, he's a bit of an outsider in some ways, but he's going to provide something that Elizabeth didn't provide. He's going to provide that Solomonic masculine authority. And without kind of rubbishing her reign too much, he's going to try and assert himself as something new. And you see it a lot in art and architecture from the period, where you've got Solomonic motifs being used in portraits of James. There's a famous ceiling in the banqueting hall at Whitehall, I think, where there is this beautiful depiction of James as Solomon doing the Judgment of Solomon scene. There's a couple of panels where he's being Solomon, but there's a particularly interesting one where the division of the baby in the Judgment of Solomon scene, the baby that was threatened with being cut in two but then was kept together, is done as an allegory for the union of the two kingdoms, England and Scotland. which had become united under his reign. So this is really, really, I mean, this is James and his propaganda machine saying to the artist, to Rubens, I think, if I remember correctly, saying, go and paint me as Solomon. This is what I want people to see. And when he's buried, all his funeral stuff is Solomonic themed. So the Solomonic temple is suggested by the shape of his catafalque, and all the kind of funeral arrangements reference Solomon constantly. And there's a funeral sermon that's given called Great Britain's Solomon. So it's not entirely organic. It's massively to do with propaganda, royal propaganda, definitely. But it caught on enough that people understood that there was a very clear association between James and Solomon.
Excellent. So, as you mentioned, there's this effort by James I really to not only identify with Solomon, but also to, without casting aspersions on his previous monarch, Queen Elizabeth I, having a differentiating force there. And what you trace out in your thesis is this differentiating force is seen in publications as well. And one of the things I love that you touch on is you effectively say that if Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, which you've shared about, defined the Elizabethan Solomonic moment, there was another very well-known publication, King James I's Daemonologiae. And can you share about what is this and why is this not the antithesis of the Discovery of Witchcraft, but how did this rekindle an appropriate degree of fear about the real threat posed by magic?
It's a really weird, cool book. So I remember when Prince Harry published his book Spare recently, someone said, "Is this the weirdest book a monarch has ever published?" And someone was like, "No, it's definitely Demonology or Demonology. It's definitely James's book because it's bizarre. I mean, it's astonishing. I think it's incredible that we had a king who published a book about basically magic and witchcraft and what to do about them. And as I mentioned previously, so he writes Demonology in 1597, I think, or it's published in 1597. So this is before he's become the King of England. And it's important to remember that James's views changed over time. So the version that we get in 1597 of his beliefs is not necessarily how he ends up. And that's really important because James is ultimately, it seems, somewhat persuaded around to some very, very narrow examples of Solomonic exceptionalism. So interestingly, having very much come out against the idea that anyone could do magic sincerely or safely, he's somewhat persuaded over. So we'll come to that later on. But certainly in the 1590s, James is absolutely paranoid about attempts on him and his country. He's terrified of the threat of witchcraft. He's been involved in witch trials. He has, presided over executions. He's frightened of witchcraft, and he's very, very irritated by two different positions. He's irritated by people who think that they can be Solomonic exceptions. Like, he doesn't think that people he would be skeptical about the claims of someone like John Dee. He would probably see John Dee as foolish or outright evil and dangerous, which is why John Dee is so eager to win James over when he comes to England and is a bit frightened of what the new king will think. But he's also really irritated, perhaps even more so, with people like Scott. And he even names Scott and slags him off. So he says, I've got the passage here from Demonology where he says, the damnable opinions of two principally in our age are responsible for people not taking magic seriously, whereof the one called Scott, an Englishman, is not ashamed in public print to deny that there can be a such thing as witchcraft, and so maintains the old error of the Sadducees in denying of spirits. So we've got biblical bad guys stepping in here as a point of comparison with Scott, who is the skeptical denier of the existence of spirits. And then he also slags off Johann Weyer, or Wierus, he describes him here, a German physician who set out a public apology for all these craftsfolk, whereby procuring for their impunity, he plainly berates himself to have been one of that profession. So Scott drew a lot on Weyer's treatise, which was in Latin. and he translates the Grimoire Pseudomonarchia Daemonum from a Latin version that Weyer had published. So Scott's very much building. So basically, he's criticizing Scott and the person that Scott was building on, and he is even suggesting that Scott's source was probably a witch, because how could he have been so pro witches or pro the absolution of witches? You know, how could he possibly have not thought that there was a problem with witches unless he was secretly a witch trying to worm his way out of being prosecuted? So this is James. This is King James. This is his book. This is what he says about skepticism like that. He's saying you are either an idiot, like the Sadducees, or you are actually secretly a witch, and you are pretending that there isn't a threat by witches for personal reasons. So so that's James. That's his position in the 1590s. That's the position on witchcraft that he brings to England. He's very worried about witchcraft and magic, but he's particularly worried about skepticism.
Oh my goodness! Wow, can you imagine having to read, you know, your Scott, or, you know, you're reading, oh, okay, so I'm among the Sadducees, and I might also have friends who are witches, and
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the monarch on the throne. Great. I'm in a great position right now. This is good.
It'd be like if King Charles had written a book where he was just saying that Richard Dawkins was an idiot and was, you know, I don't know, probably. Yeah, I don't know. It would be. It's extraordinary. It is extraordinary that this book exists. It's a fascinating document.
Yes. I'm in complete agreement with you. I would put this just a hair above, Prince Harry's Spare, right? I would probably do that. I absolutely agree with you on that. Yeah. And as you mentioned, Dr. King, when it comes to King James I's demonology, that one of the unspoken purposes that you share in your thesis is that the point of this was also to reframe Solomonic wisdom as distinct from the magical occult. And then you also say that the author of demonology changed his mind about the possibility of magical exceptionalism. So can you share with us about, you just touched on this a few moments ago, but this kind of evolution that took place and this separation that was trying to be done between Solomon and the occult?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a bit of a collision course, isn't it? We've got this in England. We've already got this very intricate and interesting association between Solomonic esoteric traditions and the biblical king, right? But for James, at first at least, he really wants those two things to be separated out again. And so in demonology, there's this sense in which James is adopting a Solomonic voice. And he's kind of going back to there are some interesting moments where he quotes Solomonic proverbs from the Bible, and he makes it very clear that the Solomonic voice is on his side and is in disagreement with people who think that they can be magicians safely. So there's a couple of moments I think there's one moment where he mentions Solomon by name. And I'll have to find my bit in my thesis where I talk about this now, because I can't remember exactly which proverb it is. But he talks about, so there's this really clear sense in which, for James, whenever Solomon is mentioned or alluded to, it's always the biblical Solomon. There is none of this, and in Josephus he's said to be an exorcist. There's none of this, and in the Testament of Solomon he can talk with demons and command them. He's really, really... It's quite conspicuous, the fact that Solomon is there throughout, is a kind of shaping presence, and also just the voice, the authoritative voice that James is adopting is very much in line with him as Solomon, as the wise judge, overseeing all of this and making correct decisions. But he's really, really careful that there's never any association between that voice and all the stuff that isn't in the Bible. He's really bringing... For him, his Solomonic references are all very strictly biblical. So that's what's going on in demonology. Solomonic wisdom is there, but it's there in this it's really paired back to the Solomonic wisdom of the biblical text. And that's quite conspicuous given the fact that there's all this very clear Solomonic esoteric stuff going on as well at the time. To me, it feels like my argument was that it feels like James is doing that on purpose. He's saying, this is the Solomonic voice, and it's got nothing to do with magic. But that's demonology. That's 1597. Things change a little bit when he gets to England. And this is where we get to talk about cramp rings and the King's Touch, which is really good fun. So there have been these strange traditions associated with the English monarchy, which are basically magical traditions, like the King's Touch. So back in the day, if you had a horrible disease like scrofula, which affected your throat and your all sorts of things, there was a belief that if the king touched you with a particular kind of blessing touch, you would be healed. Now, this isn't mentioned in the Bible as a thing that kings can do, but it's kind of a tradition that's grown up alongside the monarchy and the association between the monarchy and the anointing of God. The idea being that the monarch is kind of a magical figure, right? So into this whole mixture, we now have this idea that in England, in the English tradition, there have been some magical powers associated with monarchs because they are particularly exceptional, right? So if you're thinking about Solomonic exceptions, there's a precedent in England for the monarch themselves being a kind of uniquely exceptional Solomonic figure. And for a while, because Mary I had been very into this tradition, and she had particularly got into the blessing of these things called cramp rings, which are basically you make a ring, and this is very Solomonic, right? The idea of rings having power. You make a ring and then you wear it, and it's been blessed by the monarch. So any demon or force or energy of disease is going to be driven away, and particularly things to do with cramps. So that's why they get called cramp rings. But that particular version had fallen out of fashion after Mary because it was a bit too Catholic. It was a bit too closely associated with Catholic ritual and the reign of a very unpopular Catholic monarch. And then around Elizabeth's reign, we start to get the idea of the royal touch creeping back in some form. And when James comes to the throne, he's basically told by his advisors, you got to do this touch thing because people expect it, right? When you go out in public after a big pageant or event, people are going to expect that you touch some sick people. I mean, you not the nicest job for a monarch to do, perhaps, but people are going to expect that you're going to go and put your hands on their scrofula, swellings, and make a prayer for them and wish them well. And it's sort of a magical moment. And at first, James, who's arriving in England with this real skepticism about magic and this sense that, there's no such thing as a Solomonic exception. Solomon is a biblical figure. He's wise. He's a good judge. He's all of these things, but he's not a magician. He arrives in England and doesn't want to do it. He really doesn't like the idea that there's a magical association with the monarch. But he's under a lot of pressure because he's a new monarch in a new country. And there's kind of a cultural sensitivity element to it. It's like, well, these are your English subjects. This is an English tradition. You've got to do it, really. And so he's very, very quickly persuaded over. And it's kind of in that process of being persuaded over to these specific exceptions made for kings that James's view on Solomonic exceptionalism in general starts to slightly shift. And he begins to view monarchs in particular, which is handy because he's a monarch, as being potentially the exceptions. So having gone from, I don't think anybody can safely experiment with magic, he starts to go into this kind of, he starts to think, well, maybe some very, 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 very rare exceptions can, and I'm one of them perhaps. And he ends up blessing way more people. He ends up doing the King's Touch thing way more than Elizabeth did.
Oh my goodness. So he's really embracing this, very quickly persuaded, as you say, just kind of even with potential hesitation, things like that. It's like, oh, I have to do this. Otherwise the people might look, would the subjects effectively, if he didn't do that, would go, who is this guy? He doesn't know us. Why is this foreign? He's coming from a different country and he's, all that, right? He fostered. Interesting.
And actually, to be fair to James, he's absolutely right that people are trying to kill him. The witches thing was silly, perhaps, but he's only on the throne for 2 years, and then there's this big Catholic plot to explode him.
Right.
So yeah, he's really under pressure, and he's very quickly made to feel that he needs to get his people on side. So you can see why he would have been persuaded over to some pseudo-magical practices.
Let me ask you this too, because one of the things that you trace out too, Dr. King, is a listener question that we have, given this context of James I, from Lauren Chandler. And Lauren is asking and saying, "Hi, Dr. King. I'm reading your excellent thesis, and I have two questions. What is the difference between a theatrical performance and a, quote, court mask, unquote? Also, were early modern theaters or court masks embedded with occult or Solomonic imagery? I'm reading about the, quote, famous collaboration between Jones and Johnson. Can you share more information, Dr. King?"
I can. Yes, great question. So a court mask is a very, very elaborate, expensive performance that's done for royal propaganda and just also entertainment at court. And there's a lot of money in them, but the audience is much more exclusive. This isn't like a ticketed theatre show where you pay a penny on the door and you go and stand in the arena as a groundling in the yard. This is, this will be in a banqueting hall. This will be accompanying a nice dinner. This will be in front of royal visiting guests. And masks develop their own, just as theatre, has its own, flourishing, proper theatre proper, has this golden age. Masks get more and more elaborate and have more and more specific tropes and conventions as we get further into the Elizabethan Jacobean period. So James is really big on masks, and under him they become even more extensive and impressive than they've ever been before. So we've gone from something like Sapientia Solomonis under Elizabeth in the 1560s, which is a sort of conventional court performance, to something that's even just splendid beyond all reason. And you have people who are employed to paint the scenes. And in fact, there's a fire one time because a bunch of the scenery, which is all oil paint, catches on fire. And, there's all these sorts of wonderful extravagances, right? And there are a few things that make them really notably different from theatre proper that's happening off stage, although some of the same. So Ben Jonson, who wrote The Alchemist for the public stage, he also writes masks. So there's an overlap between personnel. There's an overlap between the people who are writing for masks and writing for the theatre. Not every playwright writes for both, but Jonson's one who very much writes for masks as well. But there are things like you can have women in them, because you can have female. Basically, everyone at court can dress up and take on non-speaking roles, usually allegorical. The queen and all her ladies can dress up as, nymphs or something, and they can be there. And then you'd have maybe proper actors coming in to say some lines to sort of string it together into a show. But it's all about spectacle. It's all about rich people having fun. That's what a court mask is, really. And to go to your second question, Lauren, they are absolutely dripping with occult and also therefore Solomonic imagery. There are masks about witches. There's usually a thing called an anti-mask, where you have a kind of, you've got your set of characters who are good, and then you have your set of characters who are evil. And there's one where the anti-mask is witches, a bunch of witches running around. And then you've got also one that's got a name like Hermes Vindicated in the Court of Alchemists or something like that. I can't remember the precise name, but that's one I think I mentioned briefly in my thesis, where you've got alchemists and Hermes, who's associated with alchemy and magic. So you've got classical themes being brought in. What I would say is that masks are not the most... The actual text, I've never been as interested in masks, because the text of them I often find to be fairly thin and sort of on the nose and obvious and a bit less subtle and complex than the kinds of dramas that you're getting sort of properly done in theatre. That masks are much more to do with show. So and that's maybe me being a little bit mean and dismissive, because of course there's loads of really interesting things going on, but there are people who specialise in writing about masks to writing about the public stage. But yes, so you're talking about Jones, Inigo Jones, sometimes called Inigo, but I think I was told to pronounce it Inigo. Inigo Jones is really interesting because he's got a role to play in the Solomonic symbolism of James I. He is sometimes said to be the kind of Hiram to James's Solomon. So to go all the way back to the Bible and the description of the temple being built and the neighboring King Hiram becoming kind of the mason for Solomon, who provides a lot of the building materials and the skill. Inigo Jones takes a lot of these ideas for masks and turns them these incredible architectural designs. He's an architect and an artist, and he is responsible for a lot of this visual iconography that complements the text, which is more important in masks anyway because of how spectacular they are. And so he has this. He's the guy who builds the temples for James. And actually, if you look in the tradition of the Freemasons, who obviously associate themselves with Hiram and that aspect of the Solomonic story, there's a text called the Inigo Jones manuscript, which is treated by Masons as a kind of an authoritative manuscript, which talks a little bit about Solomon and Hiram. And actually, in reality, James did send Jones to go off and have a look at Stonehenge, which had sometimes been said to have been created by magic. And Jones did some sketches of Stonehenge and suggested that it might have originally been built on the same plot or plan as the Solomonic Temple. So Jones was really interested in finding architectural Solomonic motifs. And just as a fun thing, if you're ever in Oxford and you walk past the St Mary's Church, which is on the High Street, if you are walking past this big beautiful church, there are these curly columns. They're called Solomonic columns, and they were first in England. That they're the only architectural example. They are built that way because that extension on the church was built to be reminiscent of the way that the columns look in the painting of James's Solomon in the banqueting hall. So you've got this idea that specific style of column is associated with James's Solomon, and then you get that appearing in architecture on buildings as well. So if you're ever walking in Oxford, you can say that to somebody and they'll not care. But anyway, it's kind of an interesting tidbit.
I love that. I love that about architecture being effectively just a beacon, showing a almost like a historical guidepost to show how a certain monarch was perceived, but also how that changed over time. That's fascinating. Okay,
Absolutely.
I am going to add that to my when I am next in Oxford list. That is excellent. So, Dr. King, given all of this context as well, something you touched on earlier in the podcast was the 1610 play, Ben Jonson's The Alchemist. And you touched on it before, but can you share again with the listeners anything else about the tone about The Alchemist? What is Ben Jonson trying to do here? How is Ben Jonson trying to tackle Solomonic magic? Like, what is going on with The Alchemist?
Yeah, a lot is going on with The Alchemist. It's anyone who is familiar with grimoires. If you go and watch that play, you'll probably get a lot out of it because you'll notice lots of things that are being referenced that aren't common knowledge anymore. So you might get more out of it than many modern listeners, modern audience members. And there's this interesting suggestion that we're meant to see Mammon, who is this kind of rich idiot whose name is associated with greed and a tradition of Mammon, the sort of idol of, and sometimes a demon of greed. So we've got this guy, and he's trying. He's got this body called Surly, who hangs around with him and is surly and is sometimes said to be Jonson's parody of Scott, actually, or Scott Jonson's version of Scott in the play. This kind of skeptic. So you've got your Solomonic magician, and then you've got the skeptic who hangs around with him, telling him that he's an idiot, and none of this is going to work. So you've sort of got the two extremes present on stage. But there's also a suggestion, perhaps, that they're meant to be Dee and Kelly. And actually, Mammon references Edward Kelly. He says, "A man the emperor has courted above Kelly sent him medals and chains to invite him." So he's saying of this guy, hey, there's this alchemist we're going to go and see. A man the emperor has courted above Kelly. And that's a reference to Kelly's dealings with Emperor Rudolph II, who was the Holy Roman Emperor and King of Hungary and Croatia, and who had been really pissed off with Kelly for promising to produce gold for him through alchemy and then failing to do so. And he imprisoned him. So Kelly had this run in. Kelly's a really interesting figure. I'd be fascinated to hear what different listeners, what their interpretation of him is, because to some he is, he's the assistant to John Dee and a magical scholar in his own right, and to some he's the charlatan who manipulated Dee and led him down all these strange avenues, including wife swapping, and that was a big scandalous idea, and Kelly, I think, is sometimes seen as the con man of the two. So there's an interesting point of contact there, and again it's Johnson's the one who's name dropping all these things that had been subtext in the other plays. It's subtext in Faustus that we might compare Faustus with figures who are trying to do this in the real world, or it's subtext that a particular figure is potentially a Solomonic, is potentially trying to be like Solomon. Here, in The Alchemist, Solomon's name is used in association with magic. Kelly's name is used. So we've got these things that Johnson's so aware of this context, and he's mentioning it very, very bluntly. But what that also tells us is that the audience is expected to understand that context too. So it's kind of proof that the other stuff, the subtext I've pointed out elsewhere, is a subtext that the audience would have recognized, because here we have somebody referencing it explicitly. So it just, it lends credence to the idea that this over here is a reference to Dee, because Johnson makes an explicit reference to Dee here. So it's clearly people knew enough about Dee and Kelly that you could name drop them and expect them to be understood. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. And it just shows how richly encrypted esotericism and these well-known figures are effectively embedded in, the aristocracy, the monarchy, popular culture, theater. I mean, it's just everything is there. Gosh, that's
absolutely. Yeah, and it's it's subtle, and sorry, I think I said accidentally that it was Mammon and Surly who are meant to be Dee and Kelly. It's not them. They're the people going to the alchemists. It's Subtle and Face, the alchemists, who are meant to be Dee and Kelly. So the point is that Mammon is the man who's trying to go in and kind of he's trying to pay for alchemy basically to be done for him. Surly is Scott, his skeptical companion, and then they go and meet with the Dee and Kelly archetypes. Yeah, just to make that clear for everybody. There's lots of characters in The Alchemist, and they've all got sort of fake names as well, because they're con men. The main three are con men who are pretending to be other people throughout the story. So it's a bit complicated, but go and watch it, because it's lots of fun. It's a good comedy.
Dr. King, to your very point, we've talked about Ben Jonson, we've talked about Marlowe, we've talked about, Sapientia Solomonis, so many things. When it comes to, the most famous playwrights, the most famous English writer of all time, William Shakespeare, can you share about how Shakespeare, as always, with his treatment of everything, including magic, he seems to be beyond characterization, because you say that, quote, to a far greater degree than Jonson or Middleton, Shakespeare offers the possibility of the wise ruler as a narrow Solomonic magical exception, end quote. Can you share about this fascinating shadow boundary world that Shakespeare is exploring here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also worth pointing out that I think part of the reason that Shakespeare is the one that became Shakespeare, he became the playwright who was most remembered, is because Shakespeare has a habit of setting his stories outside of his particular social world, right? Jonson is much more interested in writing city comedies. So The Alchemist is a city comedy, which means it's set in a version of London. I think The Alchemist is set in London. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is. A lot of his plays are. And that this is a popular type of play. Comedies in particular tend to be set in the city, hence the name. And they're very topical, and they would have been really funny. They would have been incredibly satirical, and there would have been references, like there are in The Alchemist, to people that the audience knew and who were alive and who were possibly even in the audience that night. Shakespeare's plays do that, but they disguise it a little bit more. So if you think about where Shakespeare's plays are set, there's one set in the Forest of Arden, but they're mostly set in an imagined version of Italy, in the ancient world, Rome, Greece, the Tempest is set on a magical island somewhere. Scholars debate exactly where. And Macbeth is set in an ancient Scotland. Of course, there are obviously topical allusions, particularly in Macbeth, because it's all about James and Scotland and witches. But I think part of the reason that Shakespeare's plays have lasted so well, have endured so well, is because he doesn't rely so much upon the minutiae of social commentary and satire that ages quickly. So Johnson in his time and Middleton as well, who's a playwright no one that ever remembers, are writing really successful comedies and stories that are set in a world that the audience recognises and would have been totally joyful and engaging for them. But Shakespeare's more interested in abstracting his stories slightly from the present day and thus making their themes and characterizations a bit more universal, which is a big reason for them hanging around and working today better than, say, a Middleton play about the Spanish Armada and the hilarity of recent Anglo-Spanish relations. That one doesn't last as well. So Shakespeare, I think, is interested in types. He's interested in, and in his slight abstraction from the present day, he is able to test ideas in some really interesting ways. So in Macbeth, he's able to test different versions of magic in the same play. And we'll maybe get onto that in a moment, but you see a slightly more complicated array of ideas about magic, I think, in Macbeth than you get in others, in other contemporary texts, where it's very clearly a con, or it's very clearly real, or it's very, the Alchemist is absolutely clear cut that these are con men who are using the trappings of alchemy to entice an idiot. But Shakespeare doesn't often let one particular interpretation hold sway. I think that's kind of a very broad understanding of where Shakespeare's coming from in terms of his storytelling habits. And I think that Shakespeare's a lot more attuned to that thing that I talked about earlier, about James changing his mind a bit too. Whereas Johnson's maybe writing to make an audience laugh at the idea of a silly alchemist, a silly man going to an alchemist. Shakespeare is interested in entertaining this idea of very particular Solomonic exceptions that maybe appealed to the king and were beginning to appeal more broadly too. Revisiting that idea that some people could be Solomonic exceptions and really asking, okay, how and why and who. So yeah, broadly speaking, I think that that's what Shakespeare's doing that's a bit unique.
Yes, and as you say, allowing this exploration for multiple possibilities, including, as you said, with Macbeth, this is a perfect time to discuss this, is the different ways that magic, or even Solomonic magic, is kind of conceptualized, or the esoteric is conceptualized. And you help unravel, Dr. King, the ambivalence of this treatment of magic that effectively, as you say, it's frustrated scholars for centuries. And you do this, just like with Solomonic Exceptionalism, by offering us a unique framework and architecture to explore Shakespeare's plays, and I think you could apply this to any of the plays. You offer us 3 different positions on magical interpretation in, say, Macbeth as an example. Can you share about these 3 different positions and perhaps how they're reflected in Macbeth itself?
Absolutely. So in order to do this with Macbeth, we need to understand that there are many parallels between the story of Macbeth and the story in the Bible of King Saul. And that's important because Saul is the king that comes before we get David and Solomon. So he is one of the recent predecessors of Solomon, the Davidic Solomonic line. And he is essentially the bad king who is replaced by David, and then the sort of promise of perfect kingship is fulfilled in Solomon. So that's important because of what happens in Macbeth. So basically, I chart this out in the thesis. So there's a handy comparison chart of the bits of the story in the Bible and the bits of the story in the play. But basically what happens in the Bible is that King Saul, who has kicked all the witches and enchanters out of his kingdom, which is what he's supposed to do by, according to Christianity, he's done the thing that God wants him to do. He then starts losing the war that he's engaged in. His prophet Samuel has died, so he's lost his wisdom, he's lost his insight, he's lost his connection to God. And he panics and he decides he's going to go and consult a witch. And he goes to this place called Endor, which I think is in Star Wars, isn't it? It's where the Ewoks live.
Yeah.
He doesn't go quite there, but he goes to this place called Endor, and he consults a witch who has been banished and doesn't realize that she's talking to the king who's banished her. And he asks her to conjure the ghost of Samuel. And the witch has a go and is terrified herself when it works. And this ghost seems to appear and tells Saul, I'm sorry, you're screwed. You are so abandoned by God. God is really angry with you. This kind of conjuration that you're doing is a case in point of why he's angry with you. And so he's going to take your kingdom from you, and David's going to take over. And so in Macbeth, you have a situation where a king-to-be is confronted by witches who give him a prophecy, and then he returns to them and asks them, after he's committed a murder, to conjure for him some apparitions who will help him win the war. So very loosely, that there's a lot more detail that forms parallels, but you can see, broadly speaking, these are both examples of kings consulting witches and getting them to conjure spirits that will tell them something about the outcome of the war and hopefully help them. And ultimately it doesn't work. And in both stories, there's the suggestion that the king had kind of put the final nail in his coffin by going and consulting with the witches, which you're not supposed to do if you're a Christian king. So that's the story. And also it's important to say that King James traced his lineage to the figure of Banquo, who in the play you'll remember is told by the witches he won't be the king, but his descendants will be. And Macbeth is told he's going to be king, but his descendants won't be. So Macbeth gets very jealous of Banquo because he feels like he suspects that all the things he's killed for will be handed over to Banquo's heirs. And one of the visions that the witches give Macbeth is of the lineage of Banquo. And at the end of that line, there is a mirror, which it's been suggested would have been angled towards James when he was watching the play. So the idea is that James is meant to see himself literally reflected in the story, and that the audience was to understand that when the witches show him that lineage, they're showing him the rightful heirs of Scotland, which will end up with James. So it's really a really clear connection between this new king, so this is 1605-ish, 1606, who's just come to England to take up the throne, who's fascinated by witches. This is a clear parallel with him and his interests. Anyway, so there's three ways we can interpret the magic in the play, and I've sort of used a particular text to typify that position. So first of all, we've got the discovery position. So we've got our Discoverie of Witchcraft position, which is skeptical, which doesn't really believe in witchcraft at all, and says, yes, okay, maybe it's mentioned in the Bible, but it doesn't really exist in the world anymore today. And in that point of view, Macbeth is the story of a bad king, like Saul, who foolishly believes the tricks and spells of con artists masquerading as witches, who put ideas into his head that only come to pass because he makes them happen. So that's one way of looking at the play. You could perform it such that there was no real magic. This is slightly complicated by the inclusion of some scenes that involve Hecate, the goddess of witches, which are widely believed to have been added later by Middleton to sort of add in a slightly court mask-like opportunity for some literal songs and dances that every modern production cuts. And we don't think that they were by Shakespeare. So if you keep to what we think is the original text, the original version of the story, that position is viable. You can assume that everything that Macbeth sees is a vision of his own mind, his own paranoias. And that he's basically fooled by con artists. So that's one way of interpreting the play. The second interpretation, it would be more like the demonology position, so the position that James held in the 1590s, where he would have said that Macbeth is the story of a bad king, like Saul, who foolishly consults with witches who are genuinely conduits to the magical occult, and is therefore harmed by the evil magic that he unleashes. So his fate is, a bit like in the Bible, proof that magical experimentation is inherently dangerous. So it's a warning against messing with the occult. And then there's the grimoire position, which would be, I guess, typified by any of the grimoires that put Solomon's forward as a kingly exception to those sorts of dangers and prohibitions. And according to that point of view, Macbeth could also be the story of a bad king like Saul, but he's bad because he's not sufficiently Solomonic in character to control the magical forces that he encounters. So because he fails to have the proper wisdom and authority, he's doomed, and that proves that magic should be left alone by all but the exceptional Solomonic practitioner. So by that interpretation, Macbeth's failure to control those occult forces is also proof of the fact that he's a bad king. And had he been a good king, a true king, a wise king, he would have been like Solomon, and he would have been able to do the Solomonic Testament of Solomon thing and control all of these forces. So those are the sort of three archetypes, or these three perspectives that we can use to analyze magic in the play. And the point that I make in my Macbeth section is that all three of them could work. All three of them, to differing degrees, could be played up by different productions and interpretations, and that's kind of what Shakespeare delights in, I think, is upholding the complexity, keeping the complexity, and not ever fully falling down in any particular camp. But yeah, so those are my three interpretive positions on Macbeth.
I'm so appreciative, I know the listeners are too, this architecture that you're providing us with to be able to effectively analyze and kind of group with all these different tributaries and threads and kinds of magic. You give us this wonderful organizational structure, which is fantastic. And Dr. King, to that point, I know that many listeners might be wondering, are there perhaps a few lines from Macbeth that you feel illuminate either how Solomonic exceptionalism or magic in general, to your point, is treated in the play?
There's some really interesting points of contrast between the language of the witches and the language of Lady Macbeth. So I mentioned earlier that Lady Macbeth is a possible female figure who aspires to a kind of Solomonic magic. So if you look at the way that the witches talk, double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, Eye of Newt and Toe of Frog and all the rest that we love. We all remember from doing it at school. It's a very, that their way of speaking is, to put it bluntly, it's the way that illiterate people speak. It's mnemonic. It's to do with memory. It's to do with patterns and rhymes. And it's the way people used to remember things like recipes and prayers. There's an overlap between that oral tradition and the tradition of charms and spells associated with witchcraft. This is another of the distinctions between the tropes of witchcraft, with its associations with, with less powerful people, and the associations of sort of proper scholarly magic, which can be written down and recited in great big chunks of Latin text. So the witches have this kind of sing-song, a very typically witchy kind of way of talking. And then Lady Macbeth comes up with this speech, "Oh, come ye spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here." And that's much more like a Solomonic speech, where she is commanding the spirits, come and listen to me, do what I say. And she's also telling them, make me masculine, make me less feminine, stop me from having the normal female feelings that might get in the way of me helping my husband do this difficult thing. So she's sort of trying to make herself more Solomonic in order to provide that role. And especially because Macbeth, her husband, sometimes fails in her eyes to be sufficiently masculine. It's like she's saying, all right, I'm going to be the conjurer. I'm going to be the commander and the king here. She says to him when he's going a bit mad because he thinks he's seen Banquo's ghost. She says, art thou a man? Are you even a man? Like, come on, snap out a bit. She's the one that often adopts that authoritative mode, which for Shakespeare's audiences is a clue that this isn't going to end well, because it would be harder for them to accept that a woman could do that successfully, and she doesn't. So there's all that going on with the language and who gets to speak in a conjurer-like way and who speaks in a witch-like way. But there's also a really interesting scene that everyone always forgets about, which is very pertinent for what we've just been discussing regarding James, because later in the play, Macduff who's another Scottish thane, and Malcolm, who is the young prince. They're in exile in England. They're hiding from Macbeth because they suspect that he has had the old king killed. And Malcolm is worried about being assassinated, and he's essentially gathering his forces ready to storm back into Scotland and take his father's throne. And Macduff and Malcolm have a conversation in Act 4, Scene 3, I think, where Malcolm talks about the King of England, and they talk about what's going on in the English court. And this is King Edward in England at the time, because this is England hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And they talk about how off stage, King Edward is out doing his royal touching, his magical royal touching ritual. And Malcolm says, "'Tis called the evil, a most miraculous work in this good king, which often since my here remain in England I have seen him do. How he solicits heaven, himself best knows, but strangely visited people, all swollen and ulcerous, pitiful to the eye, the mere despair of surgery, he cures, hanging a golden stamp about their necks, put on with holy prayers, and 'tis spoken to the succeeding royalty he leaves the healing benediction. With this strange virtue he hath a heavenly gift of prophecy, and sundry blessings hang about his throne that speak him full of grace." So this is like, modern productions often cut this scene because it feels like it's not that important and it doesn't really advance the plot. But this is Malcolm, a king in waiting, a prince in exile, watching another king, a successful English king, doing this thing, this magical ritual, which is touching for the king's evil, hanging a golden thing about someone's, a coin or a ring around someone's neck, which has been blessed and which can drive away these swollen ulcerous diseases, which are the despair of surgery. What a great phrase. Imagine a doctor saying, this is the despair of surgery. What a terrible, terrible phrase. And this is coming again. This is 1605. This is just as James is being persuaded by his courtiers that you need to do this ritual because it's really important to the English. And here in Shakespeare's play is a character saying to another character, wow, this English king is so great. He does this magical thing. And it's got this slightly Solomonic thing of like, where it says like, I don't know how he does this, how he solicits heaven himself best knows. So again, it's like he's got this access, this Solomonic wisdom, this Solomonic closeness with heaven because he's the king that nobody else quite understands. So again, we've got this little opening up in the play. We've got witch magic, we've got a kind of attempt at Solomonic magic from Lady Macbeth, and here we have an actual example of the true exception, the true Solomonic conjuration, the truly Solomonic king, and it's this offstage, unseen Edward, and this is being performed in front of James, who is himself at that point in time renegotiating his own understanding of magic, and this is a play all about his ancestry. So yeah, there you go.
Love that. Act 4, Scene 3. I think you mentioned. Yes. It is okay. So, yeah. When we talk about the audience and people seeing Macbeth, you share in your thesis that, quote, "It was a Jacobean magician steeped in knowledge of grimoires who provided the earliest eyewitness account of a performance of Macbeth when it was revived at the Globe in 1611. And this person was Simon Forman, who lived from 1552 to 1611. And who was Simon Forman, Dr. King, and what grimoires and plays could be found in Simon Forman's orbit at the time?
Simon Forman is a really interesting character, or person. I shouldn't call real people characters. But he's a really interesting figure, and I'm actually writing a Substack article on him, all about Shakespeare and astrology. So I'll go into it in more detail there. But he was an astrologer, and he was an astrologer who had a clientele that spanned all the different peoples of London, right? Everybody from the very rich to the very poor. He was consulted by all sorts of people from all sorts of walks of life, which makes him and his extensive records of all the things that people asked him an incredibly valuable resource for historians and an insight into some of the most personal, private fears that people brought to him. Loads of women went to him with medical problems, with problems from, having had multiple miscarriages or all sorts of problems, things that science had no cure for. People who were elderly, people who had lost things, people who had, people who wanted just to see what their fortune was. He was visited by all sorts. And excitingly, he was visited by a few people who knew Shakespeare, and he was visited by lots of people who were within the theatre world. So he was very close to, he knew a lot about this particular a part of London and part of London life that obviously I'm most interested in as a theatre historian. And so Philip Henslowe, who was in business with Shakespeare, who's in the film Shakespeare in Love, if anyone's seen that, played by Geoffrey Rush, I think. He went to see Simon Forman. He went to see him a couple of times, and it's because of this that we know how old he was. We know his birth date, and how old he was when he was involved in, basically being one of the businessmen who made these big theatres financially viable, and allowing people like Shakespeare to have the careers that they had. We know how old he was when he was doing all of that, and we've had a much better picture, richer picture of theatrical life through these little insights. Henslowe thought that someone had stolen something from him and had buried it, suspected they had buried it, and he wanted to know where the thing was that had been buried. And we don't know what happened with that. We don't know whether Forman got it right, but Henslowe went back to him for a health condition later on, for advice on a health complaint. So perhaps he got it right. So anyway, there's all sorts of fun things there about the connection between astrology and the early modern stage. But he was also an avid theatre goer, and he used to go and see all the new plays. And because he was a huge note taker, he wrote in his commonplace books, in his notebooks, descriptions of some of the plays that he'd been to, including Macbeth. And so he is the first ever surviving eyewitness account that we have of Macbeth, which I think is so cool. It's really cool that the first ever person to write a report that survives on this play that is so magical, it was someone who was considered a magician himself. But Forman got into trouble because he had in his possession grimoires, which were considered, dangerous, and he fell foul of some of the laws against witchcraft in his time and was occasionally imprisoned and things like that. And we know from court records that he had Solomonic grimoires within his possession. So you have, again, another connection, another way possibly for playwrights to have had access to these texts. Again, I'm very careful always in my thesis not to draw too many links between books and playwrights, specific grimoires and playwrights, but that is another feasible way. If you imagine you're Henslowe or you're someone who works in a theatre and you've got a play where you need to depict magic, and you've got an astrologer that you sometimes go and consult who's got some of these books in his possession, you might borrow a book and have a look at the symbols and just maybe, even without thinking about it too much, just copy a few of them for your staging and your designs or your magician's costume. So we could very easily there have had a little a point of contact between someone who was a magical practitioner and the stage.
Speaking of Shakespeare and Macbeth, and looking at another very fascinating play, which you kind of set up not as the foil to Christopher Marlowe's Faust, but a very, very fascinating play with magical differences, is Shakespeare's The Tempest, performed in 1611. Could you please share about what is The Tempest about, and can you kind of go through those three positions that you traced out, and how does The Tempest fit into those, or the apprehension of magic fit into those three areas with The Tempest?
Yeah, absolutely. So The Tempest is a story of a wronged duke, the wronged Duke of Milan, Prospero, who is falsely accused of conspiracy, basically, and he's banished along with his only family member, which is his little girl, his daughter. They're put in a boat and they're set off to sea. And one of the old courtiers, who is a loyal man and who suspects that Prospero has been wrongly accused, pops some of Prospero's magical books, because he's a scholar, a bit like Faustus, with an interest in magic. And he pops these into the boat with them. So they're set adrift, but they've got the magical books with them. They come up to an island, and Prospero takes the island over. It had previously been overseen by a witch. There are all sorts of magical characters who live on the island, spirits of different kinds. Not straightforwardly demons, which is interesting. They're not. Then there's Ariel, who is a spirit of the air, who's been trapped in a tree by Sycorax the witch, and Prospero lets Ariel out, and Ariel has to be his servant for a while. And then there's Caliban, who's much more monstrous and fascinating, but maybe a more intimidating, frightening character, who was Sycorax's son, possibly fathered by a demon, who thinks that the island should be his. And so Miranda, the little girl, grows up on this island with this magical father. And then one day, a ship carrying the people that have wronged Prospero is sailing by, and Prospero conjures up a storm, a tempest, and the ship with all these people in washes up on the island. And Prospero, through all sorts of magical tricks, brings them all to justice one way or the other, and the wrong that was done to him is righted. So it's a play all about a magician he's quite frightening and intimidating at times, but he is a good, noble, virtuous character who has been wronged. He has used magic to assert himself as the king of this island, the rightful authority. He's taken it over from female rule. So sometimes people have suggested that there's a kind of James after Elizabeth thing going on with Prospero after Sycorax, which is a very unflattering parallel with Elizabeth, if that is what's going on. But there's this idea of him being absolutely the monarch of this island, and there's loads of stuff in there that is Solomonic in its symbolism. There's magical circles, there's dealing with troublesome spirits who don't want to do what they're told. There's, again, a great central performance. Richard Burbage this time is being the authoritative magician, using his voice, his commanding stage presence to command the creatures of the plot, just like he commands the attention of the audience. And at the end of the play, Prospero famously, he says, this rough magic I here abjure. And then he talks about drowning his book. I'll drown my book. And so the idea is that at the end of the play, Prospero, because he's fixed everything, no longer needs to use his magic, and he leaves it behind as he leaves the island behind to kind of re-enter society and be a duke again. So it's an interesting combination of features from stories that we've seen so far. In very many ways, Prospero is a securely Solomonic exception, right? And again, this idea in Shakespeare is emerging that if you're kingly, kings are particularly exceptional. And so if you're kingly enough, or if you're the monarch, or if you're very, very, very specifically someone who is in that position of power, then you might be the exception. So we're moving away from James thinking that no one can be a Solomonic exception to James thinking that people who are sufficiently king-like probably can be, which is appealing to him. And it also slightly means that he doesn't have to completely jettison that aspect of the Solomon myth that he was skeptical of early on. In being Great Britain's Solomon, he can potentially even still be in some ways esoteric himself. It's like Shakespeare is providing in Prospero a model for the king of a very narrowly defined Solomonic exception who is kingly and therefore special. And when he's on the island, Prospero is the monarch of the island, even though there's a real king who washes up on the beach. Prospero for a while is the Solomon of the story. And then in giving up his magic, he also gives up his kingly authority and goes back to being a duke underneath the king's control. So there's loads of really, really interesting things going on there. And in terms of the three positions, it oscillates between the Discovery and the Grimoire position. We can't really do the Scott position, the Discovery position anymore, because the magic of the Tempest is so conspicuously real. It happens. It affects the story. You can't really have the Tempest doesn't really work if you think that the magic is all hallucinated, in the way that you can still entertain with Macbeth. But I think of the two positions, the Discovery versus the Grimoire position, it's closest to the Grimoire, because we have this idea that Prospero is able to give up his magic judiciously. He still has to give it up at the end of the play, but he's able to deal with magic and then put it aside when he needs to put it aside. And there is no suggestion at the end of the play that he is in any way damned because of this experiment, because of this period of time he had being a Solomonic magician. So I think of the three positions, you can use that architecture again to analyze how magic is working in the play. And the fact that it's closest to the grimoire tells you something really interesting about how far we've come from Faustus.
Yes, in fact, something that you traced out so well. What can Prospero and what does Prospero do and succeed in that Faust could not, especially when it comes to that Solomonic aspect of being able to set things aside and have that separation? What did Prospero succeed at with all that?
Yeah, I think so. So again, just alluding back to that potential, the presence potentially of classism in the Faustus play. I mean, Prospero is a duke, so he already understands authority. But what's really interesting about Prospero is that at the beginning of his story, there's a suggestion. He says to Miranda when he's doing some plot exposition for Miranda, which is helpful because he finally tells his daughter the backstory of how they came to be on the island, handily for the audience. He's also telling us, and he tells her that part of the reason that the conspiracy against him was able to unfurl without him noticing was because he had become very interested in his books and his magical studies. So he starts off quite like Faustus, because Faustus also is sort of distracted away from good sense, common sense, by the allure of magic. And so in a way, Prospero has had a bit of a downfall already, because he has already had a Faustian fall. He has been too caught up in magic, and he's lost his other life. But what's different about him is that he is then able to use magic to climb again. And then perhaps because he is nobly born and virtuous and wise and has all those qualities that Faustus ultimately lacked, he's able to use magic just enough and then no more. He's able to use magic to give him as much authority as he should have, and then to set it aside when he shouldn't have it anymore. He's actually able to make those wise decisions that Faustus couldn't, right? So that's the main difference, I think, between him and Faustus. It is all to do with being able to use it as much as you need to use it and then no more. It's a bit like a scientist dealing with a dangerous substance, or, you know, somebody who claims that they can, I don't know, they can engage with something that could be bad for you, but in moderation. And Prospero is proved to be able to do that. So in terms of what he can do all sorts of really cool things. Like he can command spirits, he can turn people, he can make people freeze, he can turn invisible, he can control the weather. These are all things that are mentioned in grimoires. These are all things that grimoires promise that you can do. So he's very clearly a grimoire-educated magician who can do all the things that the grimoires promise. But the most important thing is that he can put it aside. You know, like when people say, I can quit any time of smoking or something like that, he actually can quit any time. And that's what fundamentally makes him Solomonic rather than Faustian.
Yes. That's so great. That's so great. He can, break my staff, bury it in certain fathoms of the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, drown the book, right? Like to actually drown the book, which is so powerful. And one of the things that you touched on earlier about, with Solomonic rings and knots, you also share about this with the tree and knots and the difference between oak and can you share a little bit about that Solomonic aspect as well?
Yeah, I loved that. Yes. So Ariel, the spirit, has been, I think it's pine. Let me just double check that. I think it's pine tree he's been in. So when Prospero rocks up on the island and he's this new, it's a cloven pine. When he turns up on the island, he finds that Sycorax, in a fit of rage, this witch who was there before him, who was obviously a much less temperate ruler and, prone to all sorts of evil things, she locked this poor airy spirit in a tree, and Prospero lets him out, and he has him serve him as a servant on the condition that, one day he'll let him go free. So again, it's Prospero being able to say goodbye to his power. He's promised Ariel that he'll release him. And Ariel has this habit of complaining a bit. Again, this is all the way back to Testament of Solomon. Ariel has this habit of complaining a little bit and forgetting the fact that Prospero's done him this good turn. And so Prospero reminds him of what Sycorax did, and he says, she did confine thee by help of her more potent ministers, and in her most unmitigable rage, into a cloven pine, within which rift imprisoned thou didst painfully remain 12 years, within which space she died, and left thee there, while thou didst vent thy groans as fast as mill wheels strike. So he's reminding Ariel that you were stuck, she died, and left you in the tree, and you were in this pine. And then he threatens him, and he says, If thou more murmurest, I will rend an oak, and peg thee in his knotty entrails till thou hast howled away 12 winters. So he's saying to Ariel, if you don't shut up and stop complaining and being ungrateful, I'm going to make an oak tree open up and put you in there. And the point that I made was that, as anyone who studied Solomonic magic or knows about the history of it will know, knots are very important. The Solomonic knot is one of those symbols. It's a kind of general term for a Solomonic symbol or sigil that has a binding impact on a spirit. You sort of, like a star perhaps, or, any symbol or shape. It depends who you ask what it looks like. But it has a power to bind, ensnare and entrap. So I pointed out that comparison between the pine and the knot, and the knotty oak is really important. If you understand it from a magical perspective, it makes more sense, because an oak with too much, if you've got a really knotty wood, it's actually weaker. It's weaker than a wood that doesn't have knots. So it doesn't make sense that I keep calling him Solomon, Prospero. It doesn't make sense that Prospero is threatening Ariel with a knottier wood, unless the word knot is being used in a magical context. Because in a magical context, it suddenly makes sense. Oh, it's got more snaring power. It like Solomonic knots. The oak wood has a more tightly binding, snaring effect on a spirit. So he's saying, she put you in this kind of tree. I'm going to put you into an even more entrapping, binding, snaring version, and it's going to hurt you even more. So yeah, it's a Solomonic threat to a spirit who is misbehaving, and he's using Solomonic knot motifs to kind of up the ante on the kind of magic that he's gonna use against poor Ariel.
Poor Ariel, my goodness! If only Ariel had better just remember what Prospero did for you, Ariel. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine.
He's an air spirit, you see. He that's why he's got an airy head and everything. He forgets things.
That's right. Blown to and fro, a very mercurial spirit. Yes, indeed. Are there any other concluding thoughts about Prospero that you'd like to leave the listeners with?
Yeah, well, Prospero is often said to be Shakespeare's farewell to the stage, because after the Tempest, he doesn't write any more plays, and he kind of retires back to Stratford-upon-Avon. And so there's always been, that's the classic reading of the Tempest, is this idea that Prospero saying farewell to magic is Shakespeare saying farewell to the magic of theatre, right? And we've talked so much about the two things being intertwined, and I love that idea. I buy into that. Not everybody does, but I buy into the idea that there's something nostalgic, and that there's something of the older man. Prospero's not that old. He's not as old as he's sometimes played. He's middle-aged, really. But a man of that kind of an age, saying farewell to this magical island, this magical place he's been able to, these magical conjuring circles, and going back home again to be in the land, place of his birth. That's what Shakespeare was going to do. So I think there's something really beautiful about that. And I think Shakespeare has an absolutely fantastic understanding of the relationship between theatre and magic. And we haven't talked about it too much. I did mention earlier that in 2 Henry VI, which is a much earlier Shakespeare play, there is a conjuration scene. And if you compare that scene to The Tempest, you can see how much Shakespeare as a playwright has matured. Because the 2 Henry VI kind of has a conjuration scene bunged into it because of the success of Dr. Faustus. It's a kind of an obvious example of a young playwright being told by their company, hey, there's been this big success. Could you put a conjuration scene into this history play that you're doing? There is the historical account of that part of the history cycle involves an accusation of witchcraft, but in the chronicle sources, it's all like puppet dolls and kind of traditional folk witchcraft practices. Shakespeare switches it in the play into a proper pseudo Solomonic conjuration, just so that you can get one in. But it feels quite, it doesn't feel very satisfying for a modern reader because it's so at odds with the rest of the play where nothing supernatural happens and the occult themes that are raised by that weird scene are never followed through. So it is often cut by modern productions and it feels a bit unsatisfying. But, by The Tempest, we've got Shakespeare at the end of his career very much in control of what magic is on stage and what it can do, and clearly understanding the history all the way back to Faustus, all the way back, through all the plays that I discuss in my thesis. You can see it culminating in this figure of Prospero, and it's interesting that when it culminates in that way, it's a figure who is not treated skeptically. It's a figure who's treated seriously as someone who practiced magic and then could give it up. It's the grimoire position, really, that wins out. So if you were an early modern person and you were going to the theatre in 1611, you could see all sorts of different versions of magic on stage. You could see the revival of Macbeth, where everything is very ambiguous. You could see The Alchemist, where it's very clearly very satirical. You could go and see The Tempest and see a version of a magician who is just kind of the hero of the story. And it's a wonderful place to end the thesis. And it's not that long before James is going to die. And the Solomon, who has been the backdrop of all of this experimentation, is going to be lost. And everything will have to be renegotiated again. So there you go.
You end your thesis. One of the conclusions that you have, Dr. King, is you touch on the transformation of Solomon on stage, Solomon the magician, to now Solomon the scientist. Can you share about what happened at this particular moment in history, and what role did the philosopher Francis Bacon play in all of this?
Yes. So Francis Bacon is quite skeptical of theatre in some ways. He's a little dubious about the merits of theatre and the way that theatre can depict things that aren't real, and is maybe a lazier form of philosophy than what philosophers do. It's too story focused. There's something about his writing on theatre which is quite funny. It's a little bit disparaging at times. He has this book called New Atlantis, where he imagines a place that is basically a Solomonic island run by a king who's been named after the King Solomon that we know from the Bible. And New Atlantis is this place where there is a whole new way of doing learning, which it's a utopian story. It builds on Thomas More, and it's this idea of a perfect, Francis Bacon's idea of a perfect society for learning and study. And there's a bit in that very explicitly where the kind of version of Solomon that has come to prominence through theatre, the magical Solomon, is mentioned and then dismissed. That the people on the island say, we're not magicians. We understand why you think that we are, but we're actually doing something else. Everything we do is natural philosophy and science, and we're not doing magic, although it seems like we are in these. He basically describes an island full of laboratories and research stations, and what we would think of as an absolutely kind of scientific place, a scientific institution. And he has his magicians, his Solomons, say that they are not magical Solomons. In fact, they're something new. They look like magicians, but they're not really. So that's a good. Francis Bacon is just tiptoeing us into the Enlightenment now, and he's starting to take this very theatrical version of the magician and the pursuit of knowledge and the pursuit of the occult, the hidden, the unknown, and he's trying to strip it of all its esoteric connotations and make it something that we would recognize as the figure of the scientist. So New Atlantis is a first step away from everything that we've been talking about, and it's the dawning of a new type of exceptional person who's going to come along and avoid all the pitfalls of inquiry and research, and going to do the proper job. So that's New Atlantis, and it's a prose text, and it's very theatrically aware, and it's very skeptical of what's gone on stage.
Excellent. Even in that very kind of skeptical, just kind of pirouetting on the fringes of the Enlightenment era, you still have that very theatrically aware presence. The ripples of Solomonic theatricality are still, Bacon can't escape it in certain ways. I love that. That.
And in some ways, it's a kind of a science version of the play, The Tempest. So, there are some interesting parallels between the island that Francis Bacon describes and the island of the play. So you could make the argument, tentatively, you can make the argument that Bacon is very deliberately and specifically responding to The Tempest, to the proposition raised in The Tempest of Prospero as the ultimate Solomonic exception. And he's saying, okay, here's an actual island that seems magical, but is actually a science island where we're going to have proper Solomons who are proper Solomonic exceptions and not magical. Yeah.
Jeez. Dr. King, when it comes to the concluding thoughts about Solomon on stage, Solomonic exceptionalism, what would you like to leave listeners with? Are there any lingering misconceptions that you would gleefully and with moments of justified wrath like to break for the listeners? Are there any other conclusions that you'd like to leave listeners with?
Well, it's still in the early days of this thesis being out in the world, and so I haven't yet there haven't been that many misconstruals or misconceptions, just because it's a fresh thesis, and I'm sure as it has more eyes on it, more people will disagree with things that it says. Maybe I'll disagree with some of the things I said in a few years' time. But so far nobody's really said anything about the concept. Most of the reactions have been positive, and it's been wonderful to hear people discussing it at all, to be honest. So I don't think there's anything I need to kind of dispel. I guess I would say, I think a big thing I've really loved about this thesis, and we touched on it so many times, is just driving home the importance of theatre as a vehicle for all of these discussions. Theatre is a living space where ideas that matter to a culture are tested and experimented with and performed for a live audience. And there's a special frisson when we do magic. There's a special frisson when we speak prayer. There's a special frisson whenever you're putting a story in the flesh in front of other people. It is the original kind of storytelling. We've been doing it since we were living in caves, and we'll be doing it long after AI has taken every other job. And so I think just I would just say to everybody, that remember the importance of theatre, remember the importance of studying theatre, because there's a reason that we do it. And I hope this thesis has helped illustrate why.
It certainly has. I absolutely am so appreciative of your thesis. It's so rich in scholarship, and it opened my eyes to so much cross-pollination. I know the listeners will absolutely enjoy it. But before the listeners check out your thesis, Dr. King, they absolutely need to know a few other things about you, because you've intimated this. You actually talked about being an award-winning playwright. You're an award-winning playwright, an award-winning writer. Can you tell us about your most recent play, Moderation, and check out the links below, listeners, to where you can find out more information. But I just love this. Like, you're a scholar and you're also a playwright. Like, tell us about this.
Yeah, well, I love writing for theatre. I mean, you can hear how much I love theatre. I want to write for audio plays as well. I love anything to do, like I said, with the sound of words. But theatre's so special because, and it's so collaborative an art form as well. You depend upon a team of people who have all these complementary skills, and there's all these wonderful practical considerations, as I say, about putting things on stage. So it's definitely my first love when it comes to writing. I wrote a series. I've actually written kind of a loose trilogy of plays, which are all about the impact of the internet on the modern world. And to me, this is a kind of another branch of the conversation about dangerous knowledge and, making knowledge available in a way that it hadn't been available before. There are parallels with the Reformation and the printing press. And the middle one of the Moderation is probably my favourite of the three, and it's the one that it won 2 student prizes in Cambridge, and then it won a competition for a free slot at the Edinburgh Fringe, which was just being run by a company based in London. And so it went up to the Edinburgh Fringe last year, and then it did really well, and it extended its run. So we had a second week unexpectedly, and then it transferred to the Greenwich Theatre in London. And it was about social media moderators who have to look at the worst things on the internet all day and take it down and make decisions about what is and what isn't, obscene, basically. And it was based on real stories by people who have gone through these sorts of companies that do this and who are not very well cared for. And it was all about, again, this idea of looking at things, seeing things. I'm fascinated by the idea of the seen and the unseen, the hidden, the revealed. So it was part of a trilogy of plays. The first one was about, it was a short play for a student festival, and it was about what would it be like if the internet was a library and there was the dark web was underneath in the basement. And then the third one, the most recent one, was called Saving Amber, and that was about a girl who grew up online, whose mother has sold her life and her privacy as a family vlogger, basically, and what the fallout of that is, kind of a near future where she's in her 30s and she's trying to reclaim as much of her life as she can. And that one actually won another student prize called the Marlowe Methuen Drama Prize, the Marlowe Society. So a prize named for Christopher Marlowe. So that was just a nice tie-in. So yeah, I've recently been very interested in the dark side of the internet, but I don't always just write plays that are gloomy and dark. I also sometimes write plays about, I don't know. I wrote a play called In a Cave of Voice, which is all about a Neolithic girl telling stories in a cave. So they're not all quite so bleak. But yeah.
That is so lovely. Listeners, please check out the links below to find out more information about Dr. King's plays. That's excellent. And yes, that's right. Moderation, the second of the trilogy. So thank you. That's really prescient as well, and very, very modern takes on these things. You're not doing what Shakespeare did and setting them, deep, aside from, of course, the last play that you mentioned, going back 10,000 years. But in terms of the internet, modern themes like that, that seems to captivate you as well.
Yeah, I think I will. I mean, my first two plays were history plays. And one of them was set in the 16th century, and one was set in the 17th century, no surprises. One was about the censorship of medical images when they were first printed ever, and one was about prophetesses in the Civil War. And so I probably will return to historical themes because they are my first loves, but it was really nice to write something. It was nice to write things that were very topical. I'm very sort of concerned about what the internet has done to us. I don't know what I think. I'm trying to figure it out. But there's a lot of really interesting human stories at the heart of all of those technological advances. So yes, so I'm going to probably put that to one side now that I've written 3 and do something completely different. But we'll see.
Absolutely love that. And listeners, for an excellent example of since the internet can be a little like, well, what is the future looking? If you're looking for real, human, witty, excellent takes on horror movies, on magic, on literature, on theater, if you think you're really good at quizzes, but you need to be humbled a little bit, you need to check out Dr. King's Substack, okay? This is a great, great way that you can support right now Dr. King's work, future projects for Dr. King, and also support the excellent posts and content creation. I support Dr. King on Substack. I would highly encourage you, check it out, because it's just such a great way to support her work. And it's also a great way, again, just to say, hey, these are excellent topics. I want to find out more. I believe in these topics. So check out the links below. And Dr. King as well, speaking of, tell us about this, your Substack. I mean, quizzes, Wallace and Gromit, which is probably one of the greatest series of all time. Horror movies. I mean, yes, horror movies, right? The occult, I mean, tell us about this Substack. And if memory serves, you started this Substack because of your grandfather, right? Wasn't there a connection there?
Yeah, both of my grandfathers were writers. They were both editors, actually. But my grandfather, who passed away recently, was 94, and he had, I think, at the age of 90, he had started a blog, a daily blog on etymology, where he went over a word every day, and he just stocked up a load of posts and just posted them, and it was really lovely getting that email from him. And Yeah, and I think I was also kind of feeling the absence of the PhD, which is just a massive thing that you are doing for a certain number of hours every day for years. And I just had all this energy, and I've always balanced nonfiction and fiction writing, and I find it's a bit like exercising different muscle groups. If you have done a bit of fiction writing, it's really refreshing to go and do some nonfiction, and they sort of feed, they help each other out. They relax one part of your brain, and then you feel re-energized when you go back again. So I was missing writing nonfiction, and I just thought, you know what, my granddad can start. He inspired me a bit, and I missed him a bit. And I thought, I'll do some sort of series of articles. And so mine come out twice weekly. Thursday mornings are my horror moments, which are horror inflected scenes and themes in unexpected places, and they come out in batches. So the first one was horror themes and scenes in Wallace and Gromit, which is a really horror literate series. There's some really fun parodies of the Alien movies, of like Hitchcock and just everything, and obviously werewolf films, and just loads of great fun things. And the one I'm doing at the moment is Shakespeare, so I've gone back to something even more familiar to me, horror moments in Shakespeare plays. So the one I just published was about the history of eyeball gouging on stage and screen. So not for the faint-hearted. And then my Monday afternoon articles are just anything really miscellaneous stuff that I find interesting. Often it's details from my thesis, or things that didn't quite make it into my thesis, but that I researched or am researching. And the first Monday of every month is a quiz. So there's loads of cool stuff, and I've got lots of plans for other things I'd like to do. But at the moment, it's just been fantastic to just have an audience for some of these things that I'm interested in, and to find like-minded people. And yeah, it's been great. I've been doing it since July, and it's been going really well so far. So I think I'll carry on.
That is so lovely. So listeners, check out the links below, RebekahKingWriter.substack.com. Okay, that's one. You'll also find Dr. King on X. We will put the social media links below. Dr. King, I know we have a very brief after show, but as we wrap up the main part of the podcast, I cannot thank you enough. Is there anything else you'd like to leave listeners with, either about your projects, Shakespeare theater, anything at all?
Oh, I feel you've asked me so many amazing questions. It's been great. And thank you to everybody for your questions. They've all been so thoughtful, and it's just, yeah, the main thing I want to just say is thank you so much for your interest, and for everyone listening. Yeah, it's very strange I feel like I've been in hibernation in the university, and I've kind of staggered out into the real world, and I'm blinking in the sunlight, and I'm getting all this warmth and love from people, and that's fantastic, because I wasn't expecting that anyone would even notice this thesis, let alone want to talk to me about it for hours. So it's a scholar's dream. Thank you so much, Alex.
Scholar, award-winning playwright, and excellent aficionado on all things, horror and the occult, and history and magic and esotericism. Dr. Rebekah King, thank you so much for taking a generous amount of your time and sharing your own wisdom about Solomon and theater and everything in between. Thank you. Really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.